One.
Good evening. Welcome to, this is the February 10th, 2022 meeting of the Northampton School Committee and the Student Advisory Council. Pursuant to Governor Baker's emergency order modifying state's open meeting law issued March 12, 2020, this meeting will be held using remote participation, and all on it with us on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. May I ask the clerk, Annie, to please take the roll?
Recording in progress.
Mayor Skia.
Here.
Member Robbins is not with us yet. We hope she will join us soon. Member Gazy, I don't see her yet. Member Sr3 Cox.
Present.
Member Stein.
Present.
Member Levy will be a little late. Member Miller. You're muted, Member Miller.
Present.
Member Goldman.
Present.
Member Agna.
Present.
And Member Davis.
Present.
You are here. Here you are. Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Excellent, thank you. So the item on our agenda is a presentation of the Student Union Anti-Racism Subcommittee's Diversity Supplement. Welcome. And so hi Lila, were you just
gonna say thank you, sorry.
I think everyone should be able to unmute. Tell me if you can't. Yes, so Lila, or who's gonna make this presentation, or who can I welcome?
Yeah, so we were hoping that more of the anti-racism group is going to be here. Dahlia and I, who are also on SAC, are on the anti-racism group, so I think we'll probably be leading the presentation, but I think Jake might chime in as well.
Okay, terrific. So feel free to start, whoever wants to start. I don't know if you need to screen, you should, if you need to screen share, you should be able to because you're co-host, so you're all set.
All right, cool, thank you so much.
Thank you, welcome.
Okay, can you see my screen? All right, cool. Yeah, so pretty much we are part of the Anti-Racism and Bias Subcommittee of the Student Union. And right now we're working on a project called the Diversity Supplement, which I've brought up in the past a little bit. But Dahlia is going to explain a little bit more what that is.
Right. So the big question here, what is the diversity supplement? The diversity supplement is a graduation requirement for students to take a course that covers the in-depth, the story, the perspective, struggles, and or accomplishment, or that teaches the language of historically marginalized groups and cultures that are underrepresented within the American education system. That's our official thing.
Yeah, and so pretty much it's in the name, but the point of the Anti-Racism and Bias Subcommittee is to help kind of create an anti-racist community at NHS and work to make the school more inclusive and more accepting to different marginalized groups, specifically students of color. But we thought that the diversity supplement was kind of a great way to reach our goals, because we're constantly hearing from students that feel underrepresented by the curriculum and also just by general stuff at the high school, and also other students, generally students who are part of the majority, who are undereducated by the content of their classes. Let's see. Yes. So in May, we put out a diversity survey, is what we called it. But it was pretty much just asking questions to the student body about kind of issues surrounding race, and asking if students felt like NHS was an accepting community for different groups and different cultures, and if students of color specifically felt comfortable at NHS, and also about the curriculum. And so here you can see a graph. And the question was, compared to the time spent learning about / from the perspectives of white people, how much time is spent learning about the perspectives of people of color, and in your opinion? And as you can see, I believe 1 was very little and 5 was a lot. and the results are clearly leaning towards very little. 45% of students said kind of 2, which is like leaning towards very little, and a pretty big portion, 20%, said 1, which is very little. And so that it wasn't too surprising because everybody on the student union is a student at NHS, and we're aware that the curriculum is definitely lacking in many areas, in many classes. But it was definitely concerning to see that many students were aware of this as well.
Right. So based on what Lila just said and the survey that we put out, which was basically trying to like focus our attention and our direction when trying to make a more anti-racist community. Based on that results, we created the diversity supplement, this idea, which has a couple goals. First of all, to grow a school culture that truly respects, values, and embraces differences, is a safe place for historically marginalized groups, use learning about groups that are often omitted by the curriculum, not as something extra, but as something necessary that should be normal. Also, I would add that, it prepares students to utilize these skills in future life and treat people who are different from them with respect in future lives as well.
And then our second goal is to give students a more nuanced understanding of different people and cultures in the world, which is what Dahlia was just saying, but when they graduate from high school, they will also be more productive and aware and informed members of society.
Why does Northampton, how about you do the first paragraph, I'll the second?
All right, sounds good. So why does Northampton need the diversity supplement? So as you all, I'm sure know, national trends show increasing division and hate, often stemming from ignorance. This is reflected in our community and in our school as well. Right now, specifically, we're seeing a horrible rise in anti-Semitism across the country. I'm sure all of you heard about this, but last week a swastika was found carved into a stall in the boys' bathroom at high school. And another thing, we were having a discussion about this as a union at our last meeting, and people were kind of sharing different stories about stuff they'd witnessed at high school. And one of the members said that she overheard a group of students in their classes talking about how they didn't know what the Holocaust was. And that was really concerning to all of us. And I think it's clear that these issues and this hate comes from this huge lack of education about groups that are not in the majority.
And we're taking this, this hate that we're seeing across the world, and also, unfortunately, in Northampton, and saying that it's the duty of the education system of Northampton Public Schools to teach students and aid them with the knowledge to navigate through life with respect for differences. By using this diversity supplement to encourage students to take classes that teach them these skills, Northampton will be taking an active step in equipping the next generation with the tools to combat hate. The best tool is knowledge, as we all know.
And I think this is particularly important in our community because we are a majority white community, and students often aren't surrounded or don't know that they're surrounded by people that are victims of this kind of discrimination. And so I think that's another reason that it's really important for us to learn about as many groups as possible in school so that we can have more conversations outside of school. Okay, the diversity supplement is designed to be flexible. So this is one thing that we've had a lot of conversations about as a union, but we have identified specific classes that we feel kind of fall under the guidelines that we have set for the diversity supplement, which Dahlia said at the beginning. But we also think that students should have a say in the kinds of classes that they want to take to expand their knowledge. So it's not kind of, these classes that we've outlined that I'm about to show are not set in stone at all. They're just kind of examples of what we think the diversity supplement should be. But definitely if students feel like there's another class that they've found that should fall under the supplement, then they can bring that case to their guidance counselor or whomever, and they can kind of decide.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Lila, because we don't want this to be a burden. It's flexible, it's easy to work around, it's easy to work with your guidance counselors. It's not an obstacle to graduation. So there are 96 total classes that we've sifted through and searched for that are available right now to NHS students. 6 of those are at NHS, 36 at HCC, 30 at GCC, and 24 classes are at Smith. Again, these are all flexible. They're going to change by year to year. But these are all classes right now that we've looked at and said, yes, these should be under the diversity supplement.
Yeah, and I'm not going to read this whole slide because it's a lot, but here you can see just kind of another, we also don't want this supplement to be restricting in terms of like subject area. So if somebody's more interested in like learning a language, they can do that. And if somebody's more interested in, history classes, they can do that. And if they're more interested in kind of modern social issues, they can learn about that. So there's a very broad range of classes that students can take, because we really, like Dolly was saying, we really don't want this to be restricting. We want it to be beneficial for students, and we want students to want to be doing this. It shouldn't be something that's forced. So hopefully this helps with that.
Before I move on to this slide, I would also add that those 6 classes at NHS, a big part of those 6 are not offered every year, which is another reason that they're so important, is everyone should be able to take them every year. Yeah. So why work on making another requirement for students to fulfill instead of fixing their curriculum itself? So this is a thought process that we kind of went through when hearing the comments from students and just generally knowing that there needs to be something fixed at the NHS community. So changing curriculum is a super long process. It's complicated. It involves tons of people. It involves all of those people being on board, which is difficult. Instituting this requirement would come with its own issues and challenges, but it is a smaller step forward to a better school environment. You get the biggest bang for your buck. This is a short-term piece of a much bigger solution to a complex problem. It's not intended to fix the deeper problems that are there, but it is intended to be like, provide relief for the students who aren't receiving the education about different cultures and people that they should be receiving right now.
Yeah, and if I could add on to that, I know it says instead on the question, but I don't think it's a question of instead. I think there can be both. And like Dolly was saying, we feel like this is a more all-encompassing solution, and there definitely should be changes in the curriculums of classes that students are generally taking right now. But so yeah, it's not either or, it's both. This is just one piece of a much bigger solution to a much bigger problem. So yeah, now I think I'll stop sharing my screen. And we would like to open it up to kind of discussion or questions from any members.
Thank you. I see Member Miller and then Member Stein. You're muted, Member Miller.
So first of all, I want to applaud you. I think it's fantastic, the work you're doing, and I'm really impressed. I just wanted to even push the envelope a little further and say, yes, you are right that this is a much larger problem that needs to be addressed. However, I do think that it is possible for regular old standard English classes or standard history classes to bring into the conversation perspectives that might be not just the Caucasian history and English, stories, and there can be lots of other perspectives added and lots of other, representations of things from people of color. So I think it can actually just happen in regular standard classes, because not everyone is able to take a class at, GCC, HCC, Smith College, whatever. Not everybody can do that, but in the regular curriculum, it's possible for teachers to bring up conversation about this. So I just want to applaud you and just add to that. I add that idea. Thank you. And thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you. Superintendent, did you want to respond to that, or no, you're just going to queue up? Okay. So Member Stein.
Yeah, I'm going to echo a lot of what Member Miller said. I was just extremely impressed with the presentation and the thoughtfulness and the work that clearly went into this, and the way you are approaching the subject and trying to move it forward. I think it aligns with the goals and the aims of the district improvement plan, and sort of the real sort of, I think, authentically felt need to have an anti-racist curriculum. And I really thank you for the work you're doing, and look forward to supporting these type of changes and other initiatives to help. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Member Agna.
And I'll third the thank you, Student Union, for your work and your perspectives on this, and also that you did the survey of the students. And that, I think that's always important to see what people are thinking, and your concern that people are feeling that they are not represented. And I know the district has a goal of affirming diversity and equity. And I think this just adds to the urgency for us to work on that. Now I'm a member of the curriculum subcommittee, and we're working with Karen, who is the curriculum director, and we're working with teachers on the subcommittee and also students. I know that Jake came to the subcommittee meeting the first time we met. So I can imagine that this could be a place to start, I hope, for us to do sort of a critical lens on what is being taught now and how we can fold in some things, as Member Miller said and Member Stein, about it's not about reinventing wheels so much, it's about putting a lens on some of the things that are currently being taught anyway. And I'd also like to echo what Member Stein and Member Miller said about how we should fold these in, because also we should fold them into the elementary and the middle school too, so that it's a developmental process, that it's not becomes news at the high school that there is a perspective not being represented. And I know that there are lots of teachers and principals who really do want to make sure that these perspectives are a part of what Northampton students get. So I'm looking forward to, perhaps, if it seems like the right thing to do, to bring this to the curriculum committee. Thank you again, all of you.
Thank you. Dr. Provost.
Okay, so I'll fifth it. And I'll also say, that I remember the conversation at my table in our office when you first started proposing this idea to me, and we began the conversation. So it's really delightful to me to see it come to this next step of an evolution. I wanted to ask you a question about the focus of this, and wondering if you've thought through this. So at the beginning, there was an emphasis on students who are underrepresented in the American public education system, and also trying to heal some of the wounds that we have within our own nation. But then in some of your other comments, you talked about just exposure and awareness of other cultures. You talked about some things that have occurred in other parts of the world. So I wonder if you've thought about whether you want this to be a specific focus on US history, or if some of the courses we have, for example, like the genocide course that may talk about genocides that have occurred in other part of the world, or some courses where we may study colonialism in other parts of the world, and the oppressions that happen with that would also be included under this supplement requirement.
Yeah, definitely. So what we mean by underrepresented within the American education system is in classes, even in classes like world history or not teaching about, the Holocaust or whatever that might be. So it's not issues that are just happening in America. We definitely, like one of the classes that at NHS is the genocide studies class that studies the Holocaust in a lot of depth. And also like multicultural literature from other countries and stuff like that. So yeah, that's a really good question. And it's definitely not just stuff that's going on in America, but more stuff that we're not learning about in America.
Thanks, and good work once again.
Member Sr3 Cox.
Thank you. Yes, I'm was really interested in the results of the survey from students. I think that if you had surveyed students when I was in high school, my guess is they might not have even necessarily known how to answer such a question because it wasn't a part of the conversation. So I certainly wouldn't have known. So I'm really interested. I'm really excited that it is becoming a part of the conversation among students specifically. So one question that I had about the classes that you said, you felt like would qualify. I'm curious if you wrote out like any criteria or I kind of piggybacking on Superintendent Provost's question about how you're defining these things, because I noticed that Spanish was on the list. At least in my high school, Spanish was taught from primarily the perspective of Spain. So that may or may not, add maybe some of the things that you're talking about. So just kind of curious how you all thought about that piece.
Yeah, so Dahlia briefly said kind of our criteria at the beginning, and this is something that we're working on. So definitely if people have suggestions, I think we would really appreciate that. But pretty much I can read it again. It's our rough criteria is it would be kind of a graduation requirement for students to take a course that covers in depth the history, perspectives, struggles, and or accomplishments, or that teaches the language of a historically marginalized group or culture or culture that are underrepresented within the American education system. And in terms of Spanish, I believe that the Spanish class that was on there was studying it from a Latin American lens. I'm not totally sure about that, but we actually had a meeting today and we had a discussion about whether or not other language classes at the high school would fall under this requirement. And we kind of are leaning towards no, because from my experience in my Spanish class, it's very like we're learning about grammar, like we're learning a language, but I don't feel like it's in a way that is studying or kind of learning about underrepresented groups. So I definitely agree with you there. And also another thing about Spanish is that students are already taking that class and it's clearly not fixing the issues. But the majority of students take a language class at the high school anyways. So yeah, that was our thinking on that, but good question.
Thank you.
I'd also like
Thank
to add,
yeah.
that specific Spanish class was Spanish culture and film, which directly teaches about Spanish culture, especially in Central and Latin America. And it's not just grammar, words, speaking.
Wonderful. Well, it's clear that you all have been very thoughtful about this. The other question that I had, and it's not necessarily for the two of you, it's perhaps even rhetorical, is almost a I mean, what ultimately I would love to see is not this being a requirement for Northampton high school students, but for this to be a requirement for high school students, period, or perhaps integrated into other levels of our education, and so I'm curious to think about how creating a requirement like this can, could be, could influence other districts across the state. And then I also am thinking about your slide of it doesn't have to be one or the other of changing the broader curriculum or creating this this requirement. But I also wonder if if we create a requirement and create criteria to create a roadmap, as it were, just as you all laid out, that could encourage curriculum developers, across the district, and teachers across the district to have to be integrating this content into the more general curriculum. That comment about not knowing about the Holocaust, while of course it did happen in another country, it has deeply, profoundly affected this country. So I think that I'm glad that you're not just thinking about things that have happened in this country. And there was another piece to that I've lost. Oh well. Thank you again.
Thank you, Member Sr3 Cox. I'm not seeing other hands. If we don't, is there anything else that Lila or Dahlia or Megan Peck has raised her hand? Megan?
I am sorry to be so late. Am I here in the public comment period?
There wasn't a designated public comment period, but I would be happy to hear from you. I'm sure I'm looking for nods from the school committee. Sorry, Dr. Provost, you're muted. You're muted, Dr. Provost.
I wonder if we could just clarify, Megan, did you want to offer comment on the Student Advisory Council meeting, or did you want to offer comment on something that's coming up later?
It's for something that's coming up later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I didn't realize this was the same Zoom link. So thank you. Yes. So we are not yet in the school committee meeting. So thank you. But Principal Valancourt, did you want to? You're muted.
Thank you. So since you said you'd consider some public comment, I just wanted to publicly acknowledge how grateful I am for the young people who are really considering the importance of this supplement and how important it is to incorporate diversity and multiculturalism, and really the thoughtfulness of thinking about how we can be better people in our school and contributors to our entire community and the world at large. So I am so grateful for this group of young leaders in doing this work, and I appreciate it. I am hopeful that we can continue to work together to figure out how to incorporate this in the program of studies. I really appreciate the language you're using with the word supplement. I have lots of visions about how we can incorporate and make it really clear to folks that certain courses do meet these particular needs and requirements that you have outlined as a diversity standard. So, I'm continuing to think about how to do this, and I love that we continue to meet and talk about it, but I just want to really share that appreciation. So thank you, young people at Northampton High School.
Thank you, Principal. Member Sr3 Cox, did you have something else?
Yes, sorry about that. My final thought was that it did seem like a low number that only 6 classes in the high school would qualify for this. So perhaps some measure of our progress on this could be that more of our classes qualify.
Thank you. And Lila, Dahlia, and Jake, I just want to give you an opportunity to, if there's anything else that you want to share. Dahlia, please.
Yeah, just as my last comment, I want to draw attention to the part of our criteria for the diversity supplement that talks about in-depth, just like in reference to Member Miller's comment, although some NHS classes do cover content that talks about these groups, these diverse groups, they're not in depth. And the classes that we've highlighted and our idea and our goal for the diversity supplement would be in depth.
Thank you. Lila?
Yeah, if I could just add one more thing. I think Dahlia mentioned this earlier, but some of the classes, specifically the history electives, like Black Studies, Women and Gender Studies, Genocide Studies, and
Modern Middle East.
Modern Middle East, yes, thank you. Those classes run every other year currently because there aren't enough staff in the history department right now. And that is kind of another roadblock for us because we really feel like those are very important classes. I took Black History this year and I believe there were 25 students in my class. It was one of the biggest classes I took. So they're very popular. I don't think the problem is demand. The problem is that there aren't enough teachers. So that's another thing that we're kind of advocating for is for more teachers in the history department. And we don't know if that's possible right now, but that's something that we would hope to achieve kind of in tandem with this supplement.
Thank you. Jake, anything you want to add? I'm not going to put you on the spot. Okay, thank you. Okay, if there are no other questions, then we can move to adjourn this meeting, but I just want to add my own thanks to you all for this really important work you're doing and the thoughtfulness and the depth in which you are doing it. So thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn this Student Advisory Council section of this meeting? I'm looking for a school committee member.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Okay, motion was made, I think, by Member Agna and seconded by Member Goldman. Was that right? Or member? Yes? Okay. Okay. By Member Sr3 Cox?
That's what I had.
Okay, excellent. Okay, roll call please on adjourning.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Sr3 Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
And Mayor Sciarra.
Yes. Okay, we are adjourned out of that meeting, and anyone who's here for the school committee meeting, we are going to now roll into the regular school committee meeting. And I'm just going to repeat again that pursuant to Governor Baker's emergency orders modifying the state opens meeting law, the meeting of this Northampton School Committee will be held using remote participation, as will public comment, and everyone who is participating on Zoom with us will be audio and video recorded. And we can now take the roll, please.
We don't often take the roll twice.
Oh, you don't do it twice, even though we've adjourned?
Yeah, even though we actually never really quite adjourned before, but I'm happy to change the pattern because I always sort of felt like that was odd. But I'm happy to take the roll again if you think that's better.
I'm just following the agenda. Sure. I mean, since we have adjourned, I think we should take the roll again.
Okay.
And I think some members have actually joined who
I
were
agree.
not able to be there at the moment when we did it before.
Okay. Member Gazy.
Here.
Member Sr3 Cox.
Present.
Member Stein.
Present.
Member Levy,
Present.
Member Miller,
Present.
Member Goldman,
Present.
Member Agna,
Present.
Member Davis,
Present.
Mayor Sciarra,
Present.
and Member Robbins.
I'm here.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Excellent, thank you. We will start with public comment. To share public comment, please use the raised hand feature. And I will recognize people in order in which they've raised their hand. And we allow 3 minutes per comment. Thank you. So Adrian Stal.
Thank you for taking my comment. So my name is Adrian Staub, and I have children at Leeds and at the high school, and I'm a professor of psychological and brain sciences at UMass. And I'm commenting about the issue of school mask mandates. So Governor Baker has lifted the state level school mask mandate for children in grades K to 12 as of February 28th, making any continuation of such mandates a local matter. And I'm here to encourage the school committee to eliminate mandatory masking in Northampton public schools as soon as possible. So as a scientist who has followed data related to the COVID-19 pandemic very closely, I believe the continued masking of our children is both unjustified and harmful. I'm grateful that Governor Baker has recognized this, and I hope that you, the school committee, will too. To the extent that mandatory masking of children has been justified, the justification was to avoid community spread, given that the risk to healthy children of serious illness from COVID is so extremely low. Whether this justification was ever sufficient is debatable, as most European countries, for example, chose to allow children to remain unmasked in school and have continued to have lower COVID impact than we do. There is no credible scientific evidence from anywhere that demonstrates an impact of mandatory school masking on community spread. But until now, it could nevertheless be argued that caution was on the side of continued mandatory masking. Now the situation has changed as we have a highly vaccinated community. For vaccinated and boosted adults, the impact of COVID is no greater than that of the seasonal flu and is arguably even less severe. We are now masking children to avoid community spread of a virus that does not pose a serious health risk to the vast majority of the community. And of course, immunocompromised individuals are free to continue to wear masks, including N95 masks that provide substantial protection to the wearer. Our children deserve a return to joyful, carefree childhoods, and there is no justification not to grant them that at this point. Moreover, as a research psychologist who studies language processing, I can say with certainty that no one knows what the long-term consequences will be of this extended period of masking on children's social, emotional, and cognitive development. We have conducted a large-scale experiment on the development of children, and we will know the results of this experiment only in the years to come. We should end this experiment now that we have the opportunity to do so, before we inflict more potential harm on the truly most vulnerable, the children whose futures are in our hands. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next is Megan Peck.
Good evening, school committee members, Dr. Provost, Mayor Sciarra. I'm a parent at the middle school and high school and the current vice president of the high school PTO. I'm very grateful that Member Levy had added the discussion of the traffic issues around public schools to your agenda tonight. I'm expecting Director LaScalia to come to the meeting shortly, if she's not already here, to give a comprehensive report of an update of all the traffic interventions to date and address questions and also talk about the traffic study that's been requested, including the timeline of the process. So I'm leery of repeating what in a less clear way of what she intends to say. But for those that do not know, hundreds in our town were moved by the daily challenges and risks of navigating intersections around the high school, and particularly the fatality of cyclist and beloved community member Charlie Brunn, to detail their experiences and concerns in the PTO reports that were shared with you today. As most of you know, a group of parent volunteers along with Dr. Provost, have partnered with the city's Transportation and Parking Commission to consider various traffic calming interventions, like the removal of some parking spaces next to Child's Park, an ordinance that is banning U-turn at the island in front of the school. These changes since October appear incremental, but the challenges we face in that area are daunting, and every alternative is complex in implications. Our group of parent volunteers will continue to provide feedback for the members of the Traffic and Parking Commission. We especially want to thank Director LaScalia and Councillor Foster for keeping this issue a priority and for their transparency and willingness to try different interventions. I know many on the school committee here, some of whom attended our PTO meeting this week, share the urgency to make the high school area safer for the 1,000 pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers who are there every day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Jordan Abbott.
Good evening. My name is Jordan Abbott. I live in Northampton, and I'm also a high school and middle school parent. And I am glad to have this opportunity to see many of you who were at the PTO meeting again, and to offer my comments to the full school committee. The burst of energy and ideas and the hard work that is already underway relating to traffic safety around the high school is remarkable. I've been in multiple meetings with Northampton high school parents, staff and student representatives, and community members, and there's no shortage of ideas about how to address the traffic safety challenges. There's no question that this is a concern that affects Northampton High School, its neighbors, and the broader community. And it is a complex puzzle that requires participation and input from many different factions and areas of expertise. I want to recognize the commitment of the Transportation and Parking Commission, the progress already made with parking changes and the no U-turn ordinance, as Megan referenced, and the effective partnership between the Northampton High School PTO and the Transportation and Parking Commission and DPW. I'm delighted that Director LaScalia will be part of tonight's meeting, and I'm grateful for her leadership. My personal interest, which I expressed to the superintendent, high school administration, and some members of the school committee in October, is in including education and prevention in the efforts to address traffic safety. All of our students from the elementary level through high school could benefit from learning about roadway safety as pedestrians, cyclists, and likely future motor vehicle drivers. And we all have an environmental obligation to incentivize walking, biking, and carpooling. An education and prevention effort would not be an immediate fix for the traffic safety problem by the high school, but a long-term intervention to increase traffic safety not only by the high school, but throughout the city and beyond. A group of us, including representatives from the cycling community, Mass Bike, Friends of Northampton Trails, have begun discussing the possibilities. I think that this needs to be a separate but complementary effort to the one that will take on structural changes like parking and pickup and drop off guidelines. And I ask for the school committee support with it. I encourage any members of the school committee or anyone else in the community interested in joining this particular aspect of the work to contact the Northampton High School PTO to get involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I do not see, give it a moment, I do not see any other hands for public comment. So if there is, oh, Patrick. Hi, welcome.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Patrick Bowen. I live at 9 Harold Street in Florence in Ward 1, I think. I'm a parent of a Leeds elementary school student. And I wanted to speak tonight, I know it's not on the agenda, but about for the mayor and the school committee and the superintendent and everybody else who might be involved, look to follow Desi's and Commissioner Riley's recent announcement to move towards mask optional in K through 12 schools. And I saw a quote from Superintendent Provost today in the Globe saying that it involves the city Board of Health and the citywide mask mandate. And I understand there's a lot of people to work with here, but I'm hoping we can all work together to look to move along with the state and their analysis of the health data and of the testing across the state and looking at that science and making this decision. I want to talk through a little bit why I think it's worthwhile. I know that we've all had difficult last 2 years. It's been a lot of challenges for everybody. It's not been a great time. And that part of that we've learned to live in different ways, and we've kind of adopted different mantras along the way. And part of following the science is updating those things as both science and the tools available change. And one of the reasons why I think we can go to a mask optional policy is that now we have KN95s and other high quality respirators are widely available finally. My understanding is the district is providing those to anybody who wants them as part of the surge protocol. And as part of moving to mask optional, could continue to provide those to anybody who wishes to wear them. The key difference with KN95s is that it protects the wearer regardless of what is happening around them. So the old mantra of my mask protects you and your mask protects me no longer applies with masks of this quality. So anybody who wants to be more conservative and continue to wear a mask for more protection, the KN95 accomplishes that without having a mandate. At this point, we're looking at tiers into COVID, more or less, and we don't have any randomized control trials, which are the gold standard of science research, showing that mask wearing by students in the real world is actually effective. We do have a decent number of randomized control trials that shows that mask wearing by students is either ineffective or produces a negative effect because people touch their face more. So when we look at considering keeping mask mandate or going mask optional, sometimes we think it's a false dichotomy between safety and not safety, but the data doesn't support that viewpoint. Looking at realistic mask usage by students, this change is not as big of a jump as you might think it is, especially if those who want to be more conservative can wear KN95s. One thing the district has done that's really commendable is our ventilation systems are awesome in our schools now. And that will continue to be a mitigation for COVID, but also for any other respiratory viruses.
That is time. Can you finish your sentence?
What is it?
That was time. Can you wrap up your thought or finish your sentence?
Yep, I will. I understand the other thing we've said a lot is abundance of caution, but I think that focuses on just a single thing about whether or not people have COVID, and that tiers in, we have to look at a more broader thing about health and safety and our impact on our kids. And I hope that you can look to move towards this mask optional policy from Desi. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Suzanne Stillinger.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. I'm hoping you can hear me okay. My name is Suzanne Stillinger. I am a preschool teacher in Northampton, and I have a second grader at Bridge Street Elementary School, and I wasn't planning on speaking at the meeting. I'm home with COVID, which I caught from one of my preschool students, despite the fact that I continuously wear a 3M or a N95 mask inside at all times. I don't take my mask off to eat or drink. I'm fully vaxxed and boosted. And I can't imagine how awful this would be if I hadn't gotten the vaccine and gotten that booster, because I am very sick. I'm missing 10 days of work. And it's really distressing to hear that disabled teachers and disabled parents, and my daughter has an inherited blood disorder that makes her especially vulnerable as well, that she got from me, that disabled community members like me are the people that we're talking about rounding down on when we talk about dropping the mask mandate. And so I just want to ask, what's the rush? People keep saying, we don't have evidence it's working. We don't have evidence yet that this isn't causing a speech delay. We do have evidence that kids' speech development is doing fine. We have evidence that this is working, and I don't want to be forgotten. I don't want to be just kind of thrown by the wayside. And I want my daughter to stay in public school, and I want to keep teaching, and I want to feel protected by the people that set the policies and make decisions for me and my kid and the kids in my community. And I want to send a message to the children and the teachers in Northampton public schools that we will prioritize the people who need the most protection. people like me, people like my daughter, and other disabled people in our community. What's the rush? Thank you.
Okay, I see no further hands. So if there's no further comment, then we will move on with the agenda. Thank you for those comments, everybody. So next up on our agenda are announcements. I'm going to announce the two liaisons to the Superintendent Health Advisory Committee. They will be Member Goldman and Member Stein. Member Agnew, do you have an announcement?
Yes. I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that former principal of the Bridge Street School, Joanna McKenna, passed away last week suddenly. And I have a particular a fondness for Joanna McKenna. She was the person who basically helped me become a principal. I did an interim stint at Bridge Street School, sort of under duress, and because I didn't want to do it, but she wasn't able to start, so I agreed to try it out. I loved it, and she encouraged me to get certified or licensed, and really was the most wonderful personal and professional colleague I could ask for at the beginning of my time. We continued to be friends. She was principal probably for 20 years at Bridge Street School. She was a brilliant person. She had a brilliant mind. She had a wicked sense of humor. She had a wonderful laugh. And she touched so many lives in Northampton. So I just wanted to have the school committee perhaps have a moment or just thinking about Joanna at this time. And I'm thinking about you, Joanna, so much right now. Thank you.
Thank you for that remembrance. And yes, let's take a moment. Thank you. Thank you, Member Agnew. Member Robbins? You're muted, Member Robbins.
Keep doing that. Following that, she was really an amazing person, and we will miss her. I want to take the moment to commend Member Agnew, who has just spoken, for her really comprehensive and thoughtful talk about the role of our school committee at the NHS PTO this past Tuesday night. She was wonderful. And thank you so much to the NHS PTO members for welcoming several of us who were able to attend and who invited us to stay to hear their active and very knowledgeable work of the NHS Traffic Committee. It's great to be in a position where we can have that kind of dialogue and interchange, and we really appreciated it.
Thank you for that. Member Goldman.
Thank you. I'd like to make an announcement on behalf of the Health Advisory Committee, not to be mistaken with the Superintendent's Health Advisory Committee, which I'm also on. But I'm the liaison for the Health Advisory Committee. One aspect of that is the Farm to School Committee. And I just wanted to provide an update and thank former committee members and second term committee members for voting to approve hiring a farm to school coordinator within the district last fall. Brian Jersky was hired in November and has been leading efforts to move the farm to school agenda forward. It was sort of quieted down while the district really focused on food services during the pandemic. And though that is still a tremendous workload, we're starting to develop that. And it's really, the piece I want to really focus on is that there is a pilot composting program at the high school that's happening, and there are hopes to expand that program to all of the schools in the district. So I encourage everyone to speak with your students about what composting is and what that might be like in the schools. and all things around student health and wellness. Thank you.
Thank you. That's spectacular news. Thank you. Member Miller.
I actually have a question. It kind of relates to what Member Goldman just said. I just wanted to ask a question because I know in past meetings we had talked about assigning 2 school committee members to SHAC. And I didn't know what the update was about that and whether anybody has been assigned to that and what the process is now.
I'm sorry, you might have missed it. That was the first announcement. I made the first announcement, and that was announcing the 2 members that have been assigned as the liaisons, which are Member Goldman and Member Stein.
Thank you.
Sure.
I don't know why I missed that.
Okay. Member Goldman?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's an update on the MASC charting the course program for our committee or opportunities for members in this half of the year. Thank you.
Dr. Provost?
I don't have an update. I'm still working with Todd Gosta from CES to try to bring in the course. As soon as I have any information, I'll let the members know.
Thank you.
Great. Any other announcements from members? I don't see any. Okay, we will move on to recommended actions or the consent agenda. These are the items on it. Approval of minutes of school committee meeting of January 13th, 2022, the meeting on January 27th, 2022, and the joint city council school committee meeting on February 1st, 2022. And there is also a budget transfer. So this is $15,000 from instructional software to instructional hardware for special education. Those are the items on the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
I make a motion.
Second.
A motion's been made by, Member Stein, were you going to second it? There's no discussion on the consent agenda unless you want to remove an item for discussion.
I was going to second it, but I also had, I guess this is a question for the minutes on the 27th. I noticed one error. I don't know if we can just like note it and still approve it, or
like a Scrivener's error.
So in one of the votes, in one of the discussions of the votes, there was 2 votes taken, but only one of the votes is sort of recorded, and it's recorded as unanimous, but it was 6-4. I could send the details to Annie, but I just didn't know. I didn't want to prove it with the error.
I think I know what you're talking about. That
Okay.
is Scrivener's error, because I do know that that vote is 6-4. So apologies for that. And if you send me an email, I'll make sure I fix it.
Okay. Great.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you for bringing that to attention. So we'll consider that a Scrivener's error. Okay, so I forgot who made, the motion was made and seconded, yes? Motion was made by Member Agnew and seconded by Member Goldman. Okay, roll call, please, Annie.
Member Sr3 Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agnew.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Sciarra.
Yes.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
And Member Gazy.
Yes.
Okay, that's been approved, and we're moving on to reports and recommendations. And first up, we have D. So this is the curriculum subcommittee, and Member Robbins, a report.
Thank you. We had our first meeting, and it was, it was great. The first meeting of our new called Curriculum, Climate, and Instruction Committee was really well attended by teachers, union reps, administrators, and one student. Thank you, Jake. We shared Zoom hosting with everyone present, and we held an open discussion about our mission and collaboration. And we added climate and instruction to our title, so as we acknowledge that these are integral components of teaching and learning. We will be asking the school committee later to approve our committee description when we completed it in its entirety at our next meeting. And just to say that those present were very welcoming in inviting school committee members to visit schools and classes, to become more familiar with the work of our professionals. And they voiced these experiences better enabling us to support the work they are doing and share that knowledgeably with the community. We agree that this committee has a great potential to collaboratively engage in authentic sharing and dialogue in between teachers and school committee. So sending a huge shout out to all who contributed to that really engaging dialogue, and very much looking forward to our next virtual meeting, which I believe is March 2nd at 5 p.m. And there will be a link to that.
Excellent, thank you for that. Okay, and next we're up to the business administrator report with Nick Bernier. Hi, Nick.
Good evening, everyone. This month included in your packet was the latest fiscal year 22 appropriation report through January 31st, 2022. It's just our year-to-date budget report. I'm still working with administrators and staff to prepare the needed transfers while monitoring the spending of our appropriation funds along with our federal COVID grants. One of the transfers you just approved during your consent agenda, and there will be more to follow as the year continues to progress. ESSER 3 grant update. The ESSER 3 grant application was initially approved on January 25th, finally, after I think I submitted it on October 4th. So it was quite the wait. As part of this process, though, there are additional forms that need to be completed regarding the purchase of the pavilions for outdoor learning and dining space, as well as some documentation that will need to be provided to DESE as we go through that process. All that must be done before we can seek any reimbursement for the pavilions. But it's not a roadblock or anything like that. It's just documentation to ensure that the procurement was done properly and we have all the permits and everything that we need. A further condition is that our ESSER 3 implementation plan, as well as the Northampton Public Schools reopening plan, which was published last year, must be posted on our website, which they both are. And I've sent the links to DESE so they know they're there. The total amount of this grant is $3,391,996. We can begin our implementation plan now as the grant is approved, and I'll provide a little bit more detail later on about that. We're continuing to prepare our proposed FY23 budget in preparation for the first view on February 28th. Right now, we're continuing to gather necessary information for this process, including things such as our FY23 Chapter 70 allocation, which you already know what that is based on last week's meeting. There were no gifts or donations valued at less than $1,000 during January of 2022 to report. Also in your packet is a copy of both of the warrants that your representatives have signed since the last report. One additional piece of information that was not included on my report that I just found out yesterday, the solar arrays that are going to end up on the roofs of Bridge Street, Leeds, and Ryan Road. The contracts are in process now. I've been having conversations with our procurement officer, our auditor, as well as Chris Mason about what needs to be in the contract and where things are going to be charged to and everything. While we're still likely several months away from the actual installation of the solar panels, I did want to update you that the process is progressing and the contract is about to be signed. So that's good. And in a few months we'll be a cleaner, greener school district. And I'd like to thank the committee for approving that. And soon after, well, not too soon, but afterwards, the Commissioner of Education approved it as well, which allowed the process to go forward. So there's an update for you on that. The next piece is I'd like to just briefly discuss the Sr3 spending plan. After the grant was submitted, I brought this up to the Budget and Property Subcommittee back in October, and they asked if the whole committee could, get a presentation on it once the grant was approved, and I said sure. So here we are a few months later with an approved grant. So I'd like basically the spending plan is what's included in your packet, but if you'd like, I could share my screen so people can actually follow along while I read it. It's kind of small. All right, I'm assuming everybody can see that. So basically, you'll see that this is divided up into several categories. And the reason why it's divided that way is because when you submit a grant application, it basically has you divide the money into different buckets. You've got contract services, you've got transportation, supplies, stipends, staff. There's different categories. Other costs, which is kind of a miscellaneous one, as well as capital. So I've divided them into all of those buckets in which we plan on spending this money. And I've also divided it among the 3 years. What we anticipate spending this year, which you will see, I'll scroll a little bit, is not that much. And the reason for that is we still have quite a bit of ESSER2 money left. ESSER1 has been spent. I have submitted the final amendment. So as soon as that's approved, we're able to close the grant. But it makes sense to spend them to the extent possible in the order you got them, because each one needs to be spent by a different time, and ESSER2 needs to be spent before ESSER3. So we'll focus on that first, and then the subsequent years we will spend the remainder of ESSER3. So some of the things that we highlighted, and we during this process got input from 9 different groups of stakeholders within the community, just various groups. Dr. Provost and I had several meetings and gathered community input, and kind of sat down and saw commonalities between the feedback we got from the different groups, as well as things we knew the district needed as we continued to recover from the pandemic. So we also gather input from various administrators and staff within the district about things that will be necessary for their programming. So we put all that together into this spending plan. So some of the things that we do anticipate spending this money on is continued AVMR training for teachers. It's basically math recovery training, which helps provide math intervention strategies for students who struggle in various areas. Dyslexia guidelines, PD, that deals with the science of reading course that you have heard about. Continued collaboration with Blackprint, who we've been working with now. This is our 2nd year as a district. We want to continue to expand innovation pathways. We want to continue to fund dual enrollment, because we know that that's been very impactful for many students. Part of the district improvement plan metrics involve administering the Gallup poll to students, so that's in there. Positive solutions pyramid model for the early childhood students. It's more or less a social emotional program. Family engagement workshops for early childhood parents. High school's Gateway to College program. I did write tent rental money in there for this spring, knowing the pavilions are not going to be installed just yet. Whether we'll need that or not, I don't know. you know, it sort of depends on the direction the pandemic takes and how folks feel about that. But that money is written in there for the spring. We did budget some remote learning for students that are quarantined. Although I don't think we've seen the need for that quite yet. Remember, I did write this grant back in late September, so things are a little different then. Special ed contracted services are written in there to help students regain some of the learning that they lost during the pandemic, as well as money for staff retention and development. I did write some money in there for transportation. You know, this year we have our Liftoff Learning Program. Well, I don't know that that will exist next year. You know, there could be the need for late buses in some capacity, so we did want to put that in there. We did write in 2 interventionists and 1 instructional coach. We tried to avoid adding staff to this as much as possible because they eventually have to be absorbed into your budgets, and you have to pay the math teacher's retirement out of the grant. However, since the publication of this, it's now looking more like 2 instructional coaches and 1 interventionist. So those numbers will just be flip-flopped. I also did write in for some IT support staff. I know particularly at the beginning of the year, there has been some problems getting things up and running. So we want that department to get some more support to make that transition back into school each year easier for everybody. The next bucket there in light blue is basically stipends for various things for staff. It could be professional development. It could be tutoring stipends. It could be, you know, various things that educators might be involved in over the next couple of years. Different supplies, looking at a new elementary math curriculum. I know that the high school has some elective courses that they would like to purchase some materials for. I heard that during our community outreach period. Some ASQ SEL kits for the Early Childhood Center. I did write some more money for PPE. I don't know how long we'll need that, and there's plenty of money written in ESSER 2 for it, but it's there, you know, just in case. Nursing office supplies and Chromebooks. Over time, we're going to need to replenish quite a few Chromebooks, and rather than having to have the local budget absorb that, this is, you know, this is better for our district for the long term. In the miscellaneous category, we've got some money for community partnerships, some childcare subsidies for early childhood families. Medical coverage would be like sub nurses and staff that may be needed as the pandemic continues. Driver's education subsidies. I don't know exactly what that's going to look like right now, but we did hear from our high school students when we went there that that is something that there's a need for that. So more students are able to access driver's licenses and transportation. As well as $200,000 to be distributed amongst the 6 schools to be used at principals' discretions. I know that's vague, but the guidance really that came from the state said funds can be allocated to principals to use at their discretion. And certainly they know their buildings better than I, so money can be allocated to them for that. And then lastly, in the bottom bucket there is capital. We budgeted for 3 vans for student activities. Not just, I mean, you know, extracurricular or co-curricular activities, but we do have students that need to get out and about in the community during the day. And sometimes there's trouble with that transportation. So that's in there, as well as the outdoor learning spaces, the pavilions. So you add all that up, factor in the math teacher's retirement that we would need to pay based on the staff that we anticipate hiring. And then $50,000 of indirect cost, which could be grant administration, payroll costs, et cetera, et cetera. Often you write something like that in there and then you don't end up using it. It gets allocated somewhere else, but we wanted it to be there just in case. So all of that adds up to the almost 4 million that I mentioned earlier. Just before I finish, one thing to keep in mind is that this is a budget plan and it may change based on changing needs. The pavilions might be an extra $50,000. Although we did the best research we could in coming up with that number, you never know. Supplies, as you know, are short right now for building materials. We may not see the need for PPE as time goes on, so that can be allocated somewhere else. So this is the plan right now, but as you know, we have until September 30th of 2024 to spend all of this, and things can change a lot by then. So what the actual spending will look like in the end may vary, slightly from this budget plan. All right. Does anybody have any questions?
I see a question from Member Goldman. Member Goldman?
There we go. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Nick, so much for providing this summary and walking us through it. I know we'll have a chance to dive in more at the budget subcommittee meeting on the 16th. You did skip over one item, which is in the contract services section, the fourth from the bottom for mental health. It was $105,000 CSO. Can you just speak to that piece a little bit, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You know what? After I talked about the tent rental, I skipped the entire rest of that section. I apologize for that. Yeah, we've been contracting with CSO this year. That's funded by ESSER2 money. And, we do want to continue some mental health contract services. I don't know that it would be CSO. I don't know that it wouldn't be. We know that the need will be there, and that's important. I believe they're working primarily with the high school and JFK. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I've certainly heard positive things about the work that they're doing. So that was written in there.
I think you got the ones below that. I particularly wanted to.
Yes, I did. Okay, yeah, you're right. I did.
That was just that one, and it really drew my attention because I was anticipating there to be more sort of mental health and SEL support on this, and I didn't get a chance to, but I likely will go back to ESSER2 to sort of see if a lot of that is already covered. And I know that this is a little flexible. But there's a lot of pieces in here I really appreciate. So thank you for walking through it.
Absolutely.
Member Robbins?
Yes, and thank you, Nick. It's great when the numbers add up, but we're going to mess with the middle a little maybe. I have a really big question, and that is about the flexibility, about ideas that we might not have approved yet or even discussed yet. For example, I have no idea what the cost might be to the district of possibly hosting and hiring personnel to do on-site school vaccine clinics, which would definitely be an ESSER expenditure. And I'm sure it's been discussed in the past, but I'm hoping that there's still some flexibility in this spending to give us that window should we want it.
I think Dr. Provost wants to speak to that.
Yeah.
So I'll say that we've had several in-school vaccination clinics. We've worked with the health department in order to provide those, and I would continue to work with them. They have their own set of funds that they're able to tap for that. We have had times when we've contributed, but for the most part, the health department has used their funding to provide those in-house vaccine clinics. That has been something we've been very supportive of and something that we have done several times. And if there is another wave of vaccines that may become necessary in this, we would revisit that strategy once again.
So I just want to, the answer to my question would be, should we consider doing that? And should the health department not be in a position to support that? Is this something that we could use this funding to support?
It's been a while since I read the regulations around this, but I believe it would be an acceptable use. Nick might be able to answer that.
It would be an acceptable use. I don't see why it wouldn't be an acceptable use. And as Dr. Provost said, you know, if the need arises, we'd certainly look at that. However, if the health department and the ARPA funds that they're likely using to do what we've been doing, if that can continue, then, you know, that's good. Then, you know, we'll get done what we need with that money. But yeah, certainly if the need arose, we could do that with this.
Thank you.
Yep.
Member Agnew?
I just wanted to thank Dr. Provost and Nick for this really thoughtful and comprehensive list of things. It just clearly shows that you're thinking a lot about our schools and what the schools need. And it just really strikes me that it's done on behalf of all the students and all the levels. So I thank you. And I particularly want to thank you for the pavilions. I'm no longer the principal, but I know how important those pavilions will be all the time, even if we get out of COVID sometime. Just to have pavilions for learning outside will initiate more learning outside and support that too. So thank you for all this thoughtfulness that you put into this.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions on this report? Seeing none, Nick, you can move on to the personnel one.
All right. Also included in your folder this month was the January personnel report. You'll see more new hires this month than in previous months, but mostly that is you, as we welcomed many new school committee members. In total, there were 15 new hires, including the 6 school committee members over the month of January. There were 2 transfers where people moved to different positions within the district. And then there were 11 separations, which looks larger than normal, but again, it's the 6 departing school committee members that are included in there as the term ended on January 3rd. The other 5 folks who left us last month, there were 5 for various reasons, sometimes unknown. One was a retirement. One was a long-term sub who's just whose assignment ended. One individual moved to New York City with his family. So there were various reasons that, you know, some folks had given for their resignations. In terms of the demographics of the 5 individuals that left us in January, 20% of them were male, 80% were female, 20% or one person was Asian, and 80% were Caucasian. Our yearly demographic statistics on this, over the course of the year so far, we've had 50 separations. 74% of them were female, 24% were male, and 2% identified as non-binary. 86% were Caucasian, 4% Black, 6% Asian, 2% Hispanic, and 2% identified as both white and Hispanic. Lastly, I always like to tell you the vacancies that are in the district, although I believe I forgot to do that last month. So currently right now we have a 1-to-1 RN at Bridge Street, 1 ESP at Bridge Street. We have a custodian at Jackson Street, although I do believe somebody's internally transferring into that position. I just haven't seen the paperwork yet. We have 2 ESPs at Leeds, as well as 1 special ed teacher at Leeds that I just got paperwork on this morning. We have a half-time PE teacher at JFK that's been vacant all year. A math interventionist at JFK, as well as 4 ESPs at JFK. We have a school psychologist at NHS, which has been vacant for the bulk of the year. And district-wide positions, we our storekeeper or receiver resigned recently, as well as we have a vacant bus monitor position. So that's our current vacancies right now. Does anyone have any questions about the personnel report?
I don't see any. Okay, if there are no questions, we'll move on. Thank you so much, Nick.
Thank you.
And Dr. Provost, the superintendent's report.
Thank you. Now I'll share my screen. Okay, it may not look this way from this initial slide, but this will be a very visually appealing report, I promise you. Okay, this is the current design for a high school renovation project we hope to undertake at Northampton High School. It would be the third library renovation during my time in the Northampton Public Schools. And those of you who are familiar with the renovations at Bridge or Jackson Street schools will see many of the same concepts implemented in an age-appropriate way for high school students here. As was the case with the other two projects, the goal would be to bring the space into alignment with current thinking and best practices for school library design. The focus would be on making a library space for collaboration, creation, and curation, instead of just a place for information storage and access. As we have done with other renovations, this upgrade will feature movable furniture that allows the library to be easily reconfigured for a variety of purposes. The project will not prioritize the creation of maker spaces as we have done in other ones, but that's because there are a number of other rooms in the high school, mostly on the first floor, that serve a maker space-like purpose. I want to thank Rochelle Garfinkel, the high school librarian, for her vision on this project. I'd also like to thank Elizabeth Berman of Red Thread for this visualization and for working with us to explore what we could achieve at a reasonable cost. Rochelle has also been actively weeding the science and math section of the library to remove outdated material. Part of the renovation project will include replenishing those bookshelves, but the entire nonfiction section is expected to get much smaller because most nonfiction materials appropriate for high school level research are now maintained on online databases to which the school subscribes. The total cost of this project is expected to be between $150,000 to $175,000, which we think is well within the fundraising capacity of the community. Rochelle has organized a group of parents and community members to contribute ideas and developing a fundraising plan. As this moves forward, I will keep you in the community informed of opportunities for charitable giving to support this project. And I know some of you on this board have expertise in philanthropy, so if you have any great fundraising ideas, we'd love to hear them. The work on caregiver and student engagement, which is a component of our district improvement plan under Goal 1, continued this month, specifically in the areas of engaging community members as cultural brokers and utilizing multilingual two-way communication. This data shows the usage of Talking Points software. As a reminder, Talking Points provides instantaneous translation of text messages to facilitate two-way communication between speakers of different languages. The blue bars on this usage graph represent messages originated by school personnel to families using the system. The yellow bars show messages originated by families to the schools. And as I mentioned before, we also have a relationship with Lionbridge, which is a service that provides oral interpretation for telephonic communications. To date, we've had about 80 uses of Lionbridge this year, and the main languages that they've been providing support for us are with families whose main language is Arabic, Swahili, or French. I'll say that one of the sad points of my day today was attending Dr. Plummer's Bon Voyage party. But I planned a little recovery activity for myself, which was going to the EL Hub immediately afterward. The EL Hub, which I mentioned in my last report, had its grand opening just hours ago. I think students are actually just leaving the building as we speak. This is a significant success for the district action team that supports the family engagement components of the district improvement plan. I had the opportunity to spend some time with the EL Hub participants earlier this afternoon. It was one of those moments that reminds me why I do this work. The staff were wonderful. The kids were fully engaged. I had a chance to joke with some of the high school students who were helping the littles and to deliver my own mini lesson on the expression curtain call and what that means. This work brought together so many from our community who I'd like to recognize. Of course, here you see our wonderful student and family engagement coordinator, Lauren Berry. She's seen here in one of the t-shirts we had printed for the hub. I'd also like to thank Molly McLaughlin for designing the logo and turning her home into a clothing manufacturing shop to produce the t-shirts for everyone. And I'd also like to thank the city's Chief Information Officer, Antonio Pagan, who's been a great supporter of the district action team. You see him represented here as the bus driver in the logo, because when we began discussing the transportation needs for the new program, he told us he'd be happy to drive the bus. So this is a photo from just hours ago. Mayor, I would venture to guess that not many of your colleagues have a chief information officer who'd gladly volunteer to get behind the wheel of a bus to help support the students of our city, but you do, and I hope that makes you very proud.
It does make me very proud.
Now let me transition to another DIP goal, which is how to address systemic practices and implicit bias that impact student discipline and special education referrals. The Department of Elementary and Secondary Education actually gives us a lot of support to monitor this and provides a very specific set of metrics. And we've just received our latest report from them with some insights into how we're doing with this. So this is a copy of the letter I received on February 7th. And there are all these numbers on the bottom, which I will go into detail explaining what these mean and how they relate to those elements of our district improvement plan. So all of this information in this letter summarizes a multi-part rubric where the district can earn from 1 to 4 points in several areas of special education. So here is the rubric, and I've highlighted the findings for Northampton. So the first area is the annual dropout rate. We earned 4 points in that area for having a dropout rate that is below the state's, dropout rate for students with disabilities that is at or below the state's rate for all students. The second category is the 5-year graduation rate. On that category, we got a 2. This is one that I actually don't agree with, and I'll speak to why, and I don't mind that the district got a 2 here. One of the parts of the special education entitlement is making sure that students are ready to transition to adult life. And for some students, that takes more than 4 years. And we provide transition services for some students up until the time they're 22. We think that's very important, and it's work that we love to engage with families and students on their behalf. However, the state penalizes us for having students in the high school for more than 5 years. So that's why we're low on this one, but it's one that I don't necessarily find so problematic. The next 2 areas are public school monitoring compliance and problem resolution complaints. So we got 3s in both of those categories. We had 1 to 2 findings of special ed non-compliance from the compliance monitoring that took place last year. As you'll recall, that was around timelines, which were very challenging to meet during COVID, especially at one of our schools. And the next one was problem resolution complaints. And so we had 1 to 2 complaints from the district resulting in finding of non-compliance. Next are what are known as special education SPP APR compliance indicators 4B, 9, and 10. So let me explain what those mean. 4B is, and I should say we had no compliance findings in any of these. All of these have to do with potential over-identification based on, which could be indicative of the workings of bias within the district. And we had no findings on this, meaning that the state found no over-identification in these areas. I see one of the members has their hand up. Would it be better to ask the question now, or should I finish this rubric?
Member Levy.
My question was actually for a bunch of slides back. So go
sorry.
ahead and
Okay.
we could come back to me later.
Okay. So again, this column, the SPP APR, is the one that I think is most directly related to that indicator from our district improvement plan. So the 4B in this category is significant discrepancy by race or ethnicity in suspensions or expulsion. So there was no finding of discrepancy there. Indicator 9 is disproportionality in referrals to special education by race or ethnicity, and there was no finding of disproportionality there. Indicator 10 is disproportionality by disability category. So it's looking not only with all of the students who have been referred or identified as having disabilities, but also looks at the different disability categories within the special education law to see if we have any kind of patterns based on race or ethnicity of over-identifying students for specific disabilities based on racial or ethnic identity. And there was no finding of disproportionality there. The next indicator is special education SPP APR performance indicators 5 and 6. So let me talk about those. Those both have to do with inclusion. The goal you can see there is to have a full inclusion rate of 75% or higher. And the two numbers there refer to two age groups because the state looks at ages 3 to 5 and then 6 to 12. And in the age 3 to 5 category, 74.1% of students in Northampton are fully included. And in age 6 to 12, 55% of students are fully included. The high school model factors into this to a great extent because they're on a block schedule, which means that each course is essentially 25% of the day, although there is now a flex block. And full inclusion is defined as less than 20% out of the general ed setting. So if a student takes one strategies class at the high school, they are not a fully included student. So this has been a known problem for a long time. We've tried a number of strategies to try to reduce the use of students taking full strategies courses, but we haven't found a full solution to that. The last is may sound like a contradiction to what I had just said about no significant disproportionality being found in suspensions or expulsions or referrals to special ed or individual special ed category identification. But we have been identified at risk, which means being on the borderline of having disproportionality in one specific area, and that is at risk for over-identifying Hispanic or Latino students as having communication impairments. So the at-risk finding in that category, as I explained, is just with respect to that one specific disability category. Overall, there isn't a pattern of disproportionate referral, but we are identifying a large number of Hispanic or Latino students as having communication disabilities, which is just sort of raising a potential red flag there. So while I'm not certain at this time as to what might be driving this in our district, the academic literature has substantiated that Hispanic and Latino students who are also English learners are sometimes misidentified as having communication impairments, when they're really developing normally in the acquisition of English as a second language. Our organizational structure places both the special education department and English language education within the student services department. This facilitates strong collaboration between EL teachers and special ed staff at the student support team level. And it has been a focus of their work this year, spearheaded by our psychologists in the EL department, to try to get a handle on that and make sure that the at-risk finding of potentially over-identifying Hispanic and Latino students for communication impairments doesn't drift over into an actual finding of over-referring or over-identifying in that area. And it's something that I look forward to working with our next Director of Student Services on. And for the public, I'd like to take this opportunity to announce that the screening committee believes it has had a successful search and will be referring 2 candidates to the school committee to interview and hopefully select at a special education meeting to be held next Wednesday. So overall on this rubric, we obtained 75% of possible points, which places us in the meets requirement category, which is the best status under the state's special education accountability system, and means that the state will not be providing any targeted assistance or direct intervention in our special ed program. This determination gives us a lot to celebrate, including the finding that there's no significant difference in suspension or expulsion rates or the referral to special education by race or ethnicity. These measures are directly related to goals we have in the district improvement plan. And this report also points us toward next steps to continue to pursue excellence in special education, which include fixing the timeline issues for provision with the IEPs that were noted in the compliance review, working to make sure that at-risk rating doesn't become a finding of disproportionality, and continuing to push for greater inclusion for older students with disabilities. So you can see how that all wraps up into this overall determination of meets requirements. So, as this is Dr. Plummer's final meeting as our Director of Student Services, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank her for her leadership and reflect on how much progress has been made. I entered the district shortly after Northampton's 2012 district review was published, and addressing the findings of that report was the focus of much of my collaboration with Dr. Plummer, both in her role as an associate director and then as the director of student services. Let me contrast some of the findings from that report with what you see in front of you on your screen now. In 2012, DESE found, quote, although the high school is successfully meeting the needs of honors and AP students, it has faced obstacles meeting the needs of non-AP and non-honor students. In interviews, teachers said, and this is a quote from teachers, these are kids who are left over, close quote. These are disproportionately students with IEPs or EPPs or at-risk students who cannot function well in school. Students with high needs make up 50% of the non-AP and non-honors classes, and there's no help and no resources from them. That's a direct quote from the state report. At that time, the Northampton dropout rate for students with disabilities was 4.1%. Only 2 students with disabilities participated in AP testing, and the number was so small, the results couldn't even be published because of privacy concerns. Contrast that with last year, when even in the midst of a pandemic, the dropout rate for Northampton students with disabilities was 1.5%. 26% of students with disabilities were completing advanced courses. 8 students with disabilities took 11 AP tests, and most of them obtained scores of 3, 4, or 5, indicating they were ready for college level work. While we're undoubtedly doing a much better job of including and affirming students holding identities that only a decade ago some of our staff referred to as, quote, kids who are left over, we still, and I think Dr. Plummer has a lot to do with that. I'd like to thank her for making our district a better place for children and youth. And not only her, because nobody does anything alone in special ed. It's all teams. So I'd like to thank also the rest of the special educators in our district and the English language educators in our district and the general education staff, including administrators who've partnered with this special services office to move us from the place we were 10 years ago to our current status, which has made us worthy of the highest designation under the state's special education accountability system. I'm proud of that work, and everyone who was a part of that should be proud of themselves too, most especially Dr. Plummer. And I'd also like to announce that we have our first class of students seeking the seal of biliteracy. That work began this week with students taking the test. So this is just some information from the law that created the opportunity for students to seek a seal of biliteracy. The stated goals of the legislation were to encourage students to study and master languages, to certify the attainment of biliteracy skills, to recognize and value language diversity, to provide employers with a method of identifying people with language and biliteracy skills, to provide universities with a method to recognize and give credit to applicants for the attainment of high-level skills in languages, to prepare students with skills that will benefit them in the labor market and the global society, and to strengthen intergroup communication and honor the multiple cultures and languages in our community. I highlighted 3 of those lines because they are almost word for word. You could find these almost word for word in our current district improvement plan. So I'm very excited that we now have a class of students who are moving forward to seek the seal of biliteracy. Just to let you know more about the standard to obtain the seal on their diploma and on their transcript, they must obtain a score of at least 472 on the ELA section of the Next Gen MCAS. And they need to score at the advanced low level of proficiency as measured by the American Council on the Teaching of Foreign Language Proficiency Guidelines on a language assessment approved by the Department of Education. And students who reach that same level on a foreign language and obtain a score of 105 or better on the English portion of Next Gen MCAS are able to receive the seal of biliteracy with distinction. So I hope very shortly to be assisting Principal Valancourt with conferring the very first diplomas in Northampton bearing the seal of biliteracy. And I want you to, I hope we'll see that number grow each year. Our first class of potential recipients included 19 students. The languages represented in that group included Spanish, French, Dutch, and Mandarin. And Principal Valancourt shared with me a sentiment that I want to leave you with from one of the students after taking the test, who said that the experience of finally being able to participate in a statewide assessment system through the medium of his own language was the best day he ever had in school. Now, that's not typical student reaction after taking a test, but it shows the power of affirming linguistic diversity and the multiple cultures and languages present in our community. So I'm so excited that this work is starting. And that is my report.
Thank you, Dr. Provost, for that excellent report. And thank you, Dr. Plummer, for your remarkable work for our students, our community, all that you have given. We're so very grateful. So thank you. Thank you. Member Levy, you had a question.
Yeah, thank you. I also want to thank Dr. Plummer for her incredible commitment to our district, and congratulations on your next step. It's a huge loss for our district, but it's exciting for you, and it's exciting for us to know that you're still out there advocating for our students. And thank you, Dr. Provost, for your report. Quite comprehensive. I have a quick question, and I'm sort of forgetting it because it's been a little while. The slide that that had the yellow and blue lines that was showing the communication that was using the tool that allowed us to engage in different languages. There were two areas that had zero communication. One was leads and one was, I believe, special education services. And I'm wondering if you can just speak to why those weren't utilizing this tool.
Yep. This is one of the things that we look at the district action team. And we asked the same question about leads in particular and learned that it was a training issue. We had members of our district action team meet with staff this week and provide some training at leads. So I expect that we'll see usage go up there now. And we're also in the process, I should just say, as a district action team of trying to think about our next goals with this. And we really think the challenge is around training. And so one of the things we want to do is support the schools in making sure that staff feel comfortable with the technology so that they can use it to a greater extent.
Thanks. And what's the communication that's gone out to caregivers to let them know this is a tool for them as well, or a resource?
So that is another goal that we've identified in the district action team. I think that the communication on that has been a little bit spotty. We want to try to make it more systematic. And so things that we have been discussing, in fact, just today at a district action team meeting, we're making it a part of the enrollment process so that when families first come into the district and are really engaged in learning all the different opportunities that exist within the district, making sure they get information at that time. But then we have to also keep pushing it out for our current families.
Yeah, I agree that I think it's fantastic to get folks when they're new, and that still leaves hundreds of families who could really benefit from a strong communications plan. So I hope that is something that does get worked into the goals in the coming weeks. Thanks.
You're welcome. Member
Stein.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a question for Dr. Provost about and I'm going to screw up the terminology here, so I apologize. But in the second to last slide, you were talking about the category around Hispanic and Latino students and perhaps having them over identified as having, I don't know if it was a language disability, but I wonder if you could just say more about kind of what that means, why it is and how it is that students might be overdiagnosed. I know that's not the right word, but could you just explain more about that and what sense you make of that sort of at-risk category for us?
Sure. So my next question, based on what I know on the literature on this, is how many of these students are English learners? If there's an intersectionality of Hispanic and Latino students and English learners and students being identified as having communication impairments, then the rational next step would be getting a little bit more savvy about teasing out the difference between a true communication impairment and a student who is exhibiting language patterns that are typical of someone who's learning English as a second language. Is that clear?
Yes, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Member Goldman.
Thank you. I would just like to start by, again, thanking Dr. Plummer for her contributions to the district over these years. I know that as you go, your team and that you've had a tremendous impact on educators and students and families in our district, just as you have been so deeply impacted by your years here with the way those families have affected and influenced your work. And so just thank you again for that. Superintendent Provost, I'd appreciate if you could just speak about the district action team, because you haven't talked about it a lot in meetings. And I wonder if a lot of people aren't sure who that is and what that does.
Sure. So the district action team is a group that is chaired by our family and student engagement coordinator, Lauren Berry. It's multidisciplinary. It includes the district social outreach workers, includes myself. As you saw, the city's chief information officer has been a great supporter of that work. Real has been a supporter of that work. We have parents from PTOs who are also on the group. And the focus of that is to really develop structures and models for family engagement at the district level, which is really the action that we're undertaking this year, as a way to support schools developing their own action teams to support family engagement at the school level, which is an activity that is identified for next year in the district improvement plan. So a lot of our work, as you saw tonight, is around linguistic diversity and making sure that we have the supports necessary to improve engagement with families who speak a language other than English. A lot of it has been around trying to create truly responsive services for those families. And I think the thing I like about the hub, if I haven't mentioned it before, is that it wasn't an idea that came from any of the staff, really. It was through our engagement with the EL PAC and really sort of supporting parents to interface with the district and advocate for what they wanted, that they identified this EL PAC structure as something that would be very attractive to them and they think very helpful for their students. So that whole model is what we're trying to show and demonstrate here as a way of trying to get schools ready to take this work on at the building level next year. Not that they're not doing it, but to really just sort of strengthen ideas, supports, and structures around family engagement, especially with the families who we're not so successful at engaging at this time.
Thank you. It is really exciting for me to see the progress the district has made in serving these populations and elevating just non-English everything, to sort of expand the cultural piece there. Congratulations on the EL Hub. I know that has been exciting, and so excited to have Lauren Berry in the district. When you were speaking about the seal of biliteracy, which is really fantastic, and I've seen it in other districts, I know that you said you'll put it on the diplomas and transcripts, but I'm hoping that those students will be particularly recognized during graduation, that they will stand and be seen for this achievement, and also that it will be noted on the program along with other types of honorary status that are included on the program. It's really a distinction I'm proud of the district for having, and I certainly want to share it as best we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Agna.
I also wanted to thank Dr. Plummer, Pam, for all your work for Northampton. I just feel so lucky that I got to work with you and learn from you for so long, that we got to partner together for so many things, the hard things and the maybe easier things. So I'm sure people are going to miss you so much. And I just am glad that I got to overlap with you in the district. I also just wanted to follow up what Member Stein was talking about, that Pam and I'm sure we can talk about more of our challenge in the either over identification or over referral of students who are possibly monolingual in their first language that's not English, and trying to tease out whether there is a disability or not, especially in communication, of course. And just, I don't know, even if it's worth trying to ask or know more about whether there are more opportunities for students to have native language assessments, so that we can do that, because I just remember how we used to try to translate some of the more English speaking assessments that really didn't get at the heart of what was going on for the students. So I don't know if that's something Pam, you know about. I'm just curious myself as a professional. Thank you.
Pam, did you want to respond?
Sure. Yeah, that was definitely a focus this year. That really involved our psychologists working with our EL department. I'd say the thing that has shifted so much is that we didn't have enough EL teachers at our elementary level. We just didn't. We weren't even close. And so they, you know, the saying is that, like, if it's the only place you can get the service is special education, there's this inclination to say, if they're going to need help, there's where the help is. So there's a risk for over identification in many areas. And I do think having, over the last few years in particular, increased the number of EL teachers in all the schools so that it's actually meeting the needs of where the student that's recommended based on where the students are. We have a much more collaborative process of ensuring that we're not over identifying. We're making sure we're bringing all of the people who support the students, including the EL teachers and gen ed teachers, to the table with the psychologists, with the special education teachers, and really being mindful about what's happening. There's some really great professional development out there. I took one of the courses. I know I'm leaving, but I recommended it I sent it out to all of our special ed staff through Matsall. That was really fantastic about, you know, it's remarkable that we're slightly at risk for over identification. There's lots of districts that are also at risk for under identification, and it's this perfect balance that you need to try to meet, right? So I think we're in a good place. There's a lot of energy around this type of work that came about even before we had this particular finding of being potentially at risk. So I think we're in a good place for our EL department and special ed department to keep moving and looking at this with more detail. And there's also a small group of administrators who offered to dig deeper into the data on this. So that work will continue for sure.
Thanks, Pam.
Thank you. Member Davis.
Hello. I wanted to just go back to something in the presentation, which was very informative, Dr. Provost, about, but that you mentioned about the inclusion, difficulties with inclusion. I believe this is how it was said, something like with the block scheduling with kids that maybe have the full strategies schedule. And so then with just 4 classes, basically, not counting the flex block, sort of decreased flexibility maybe with that. And so there is it sort of between a rock and a hard place that those kids, this is something that they need. And so there's nothing to be done, kind of, is it, or is there's some creativity around how to figure that out?
I would say it isn't that there's nothing that can be done. It's just that we haven't found good enough solutions yet to bring that number out of where the range where it's in. Things we have done, which have helped to increase the fully included numbers at the high school, are developing learning labs so that instead of having a full studies, learning strategies course blocked in as one of your 4 courses, students could access support on a more as needed basis. And so that allows some students to be fully included. But that strategies block still presents a barrier because it's hard to break it into something smaller. If you say, well, you give a student a half a strategies block because maybe that's all they need, then the question is, well, where do they go for the other half of the period? So that's a structural piece that we've been wrestling with and really haven't found super effective solutions to.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I'm not seeing any other questions for the superintendent's report. If not, we will move on. Again, thank you, Dr. Plummer. Thank you. Okay, our next item is the student representative report, and I saw there's Lila. Hi. Can are you able to unmute? I think so.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome, Lila. Thanks.
All right, so yeah, well, first I just wanted to thank you all for your great feedback about the diversity supplement. We really appreciated that, and we hope to continue that conversation in the future, especially Member Agnew, you mentioned with the curriculum subcommittee, and I think that's something that would be very interesting to us as a subcommittee as well. And then, so yeah, I guess I'll just give some general student union updates. So we have recently this week started this program called Mentor Monday Outreach, where we're trying to go around to all the Mentor Monday, which is pretty much where students sign up for Flex Block for the week, which is like a 40-minute period on Mondays every week. But we go around to those classes and just talk about student union and ask for student input on different projects that we're working on as an effort to increase outreach from the student union, which is something that it's kind of a continuous like process for us because often students come to us, but we kind of don't go to them as much and therefore don't have as much input from students as we would like. So I think from my experience with that, it was very helpful. And we're working on ways to also improve the Mentor Monday outreach. And then another thing is that we recently formed a standard-based grading subcommittee. And hopefully that will help to also gain more feedback from students specifically about standard-based grading, just because that's such a new change at the high school. And then the third student union thing that I'll talk about is that the wellness subcommittee, which is working to kind of talk with the wellness department at the high school to update the wellness curriculum, met with the wellness department on Thursday of last week, I believe. And so I wasn't able to make it to that meeting, but hopefully that'll be a good step in making sure that students' voices are heard in the wellness curriculum, because there have been some concerns about outdated material and stuff like that. And then just general NHS updates are that the SABRE survey went out last week, also on Mentor Monday, I believe, for students to fill out during Flex Block. I don't know too much about that, but I think that information will probably be helpful just to identify different students as universal screening does. And then the third thing is that, not third, I don't know why I said that, but the last thing is that spring sports signups are open right now and will start, I think, in March. So that's very exciting. And that is it.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions, comments for Lila? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Lila, appreciate it. Okay, and this brings us to item B under new business, which is a discussion that was requested by Member Levy, who I thank, about traffic issues near Northampton Public Schools in general, the high school we heard about in public comment in particular. As you also heard in public comment, I've asked our Public Works Director, Donna Lascalia, to join us this evening. She tells me this is her first time at the school committee, so let me give her a little bit of an introduction. So she is the Director of Public Works, which is a very impressive large department in the city. Additionally, she also chairs the Transportation and Parking Commission. Also, like our Chief Information Officer, she could drive any bus or anything you needed her to. She has a remarkable array of licenses and a very impressive resume. So I'm really grateful that she can join us this evening to have this discussion. She and I, in my first or second week as mayor, we were discussing this very issue, and actually I had asked that we start a study of the area near the high school, and that was before sort of the latest incident that happened with the crossing guard. So we already were in discussions on how to really have a comprehensive look at this area to figure out how to make it safer. And I just, I thank everyone that spoke in public comment and all the caregivers and the community members who are working on this with the Transportation and Parking Commission and Superintendent Provost. Thank you everyone who's really pulling together to come up with both sort of short-term interventions, but also as we look at a longer term, more comprehensive solution to these safety issues. So thank you everyone for that work. I'm really grateful and happy to partner with you on it. And so Member Levy, I don't know if there's anything that you wanted to start with since you requested this, but then, I would love to have Director Lascalia sort of walk through what we've been working on.
Yeah, thank you. Same. I do just have a few words before turning it over to Director Lascalia, and thank you so much for being here. I asked that this be put on our agenda as a discussion item in order to elevate the amazing work of the NHS PTO. My understanding is this has been an almost entirely parent-led initiative in really partnering with the DPW to address the safety concerns. And I want to make sure the school committee and the school staff are supporting their efforts. As we heard in public comment, the PTO is working with the DPW, but we need to be involved as well to ensure policies are in place that create safe passage to and from school. And this includes policies regarding drop-off and pickup procedures at NHS, but it also extends to all of the other schools in our district. So I do have some questions about what's currently being done on the school side of things, but I would love to start with Director Lascalia to give us a sense of the updates that you can share in terms of the traffic changes that are already underway and what's in conversation already. And then I'd love to ask a few questions after that.
Okay, hi, good evening, everyone, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. So thank you for that. So over the past few months, I've been working with the mayor, Dr. Provost, Chief of Police, Jody Casper, and Megan Peck of the PTO to understand and discuss the traffic safety issues around the high school and to actually implement some action around them to the extent that we possibly can. And I'll sort of get into what we can and can't do in a quick way. And I really appreciate the engagement of so many within the high school community who have reached out to me, with phone calls or emails, even, when I've been on site watching traffic flow, just folks sort of coming up and sharing their thoughts. And most especially the survey that Megan and the PTO put together and then sent out to the high school community really provided us with it. I think just a lot of insight that would have taken us a long time to collect. And those responses are so important to us because it helps us as we move forward and try to come up with a good plan. So let me just talk about kind of what we've done and the things that we can do quickly, and then the things that are longer term. So in terms of what the city can do on its roadways in sort of a snap your finger, make it happen way, we do have constraints in how we can act. What we do have the ability to do is we have the ability to clear the road of parking. And we can actually do that very quickly, and we do it by special order of the chief of police. And we do that by just posting a no parking sign. So it's an emergency order, no parking sign. We can actually remove parking spaces. And we do this, what we did by the high school, by the Child's Park, sort of Woodlawn area intersection is a good example of sort of an emergency use of where we needed to remove cars from the side of the roadway to just open up sight lines, open up crosswalk sight lines, and just remove some of the visual clutter in a very, very crowded intersection. And so we were able to immediately implement that action after the bicycle fatality at that intersection a few months back, a couple of months back now. And what our goal was on that was to just allow everyone to see a little bit more clearly. Sometimes the more cars that are parked somewhere, the more signs that are up, the more sort of visual stimulation that exists can be very overwhelming for everybody. So that was something that we could do very quickly to just clear the roadway. So those signs are still in place. And I appreciate the efforts of those in the school community who have not used those spaces as you know, to drop off or sort of live park, because again, that sort of would have, you know, that would have kind of gone against what we were trying to do, which is to open that roadway up. The second thing that we did was we worked through the Transportation and Parking Commission, and we moved forward an ordinance to the City Council, which prohibited a U-turn at the intersection of Elm and North Elm Street. So a lot of people come off of Woodlawn and they don't realize that they can't turn left. So they turn right and then they make a U-turn at that intersection, which again is already busy enough. So what we did was we drafted an ordinance, we brought it through the Transportation and Parking Commission. Again, you know, engagement with Megan through and the Northampton PTO, Dr. Provost, and we were able to get that ordinance passed by City Council, and the sign was actually installed this afternoon. So those are sort of the two, you know, more fast track things that we can do. The third thing that we've done is, after conversation with the mayor and with Dr. Provost and the chief of police, my department put together a request for a traffic study for the entire area around the high school. So what we do in situations like this, when we have a complex network, and I would call this a complex network because traffic impacts on one street can affect traffic impacts on a different street when we start moving parking around, or if we start moving intersection geometry, or if we start talking about signalizing intersections, for example, that can have impacts on the entire network. So we had to put together a document that explained the situation and gave very specific instructions to our consultant about what we wanted from them. And this is where the survey from the Northampton PTO came in so handy, because what we did was we took the comments from that survey, we took the data that had been collected, we actually put that all together with a big picture description that we put together of, what is the width of the road, what is the length of the road, what is the geometry of the intersection. And we put together a document, and we specifically asked our roadway consultants, they design a lot of traffic projects for us throughout the city. They do analyses for stop signs, let's say, where they sort of do traffic counts and turning movements, and they determine if warrants are met to install certain traffic controls. And this is something that we actually have to hire out to a professional engineering firm for. So we put together a pretty comprehensive document. We submitted it to our traffic engineers, and we asked them to do several things. And I'll just sort of hit the high points here. But what we expect from them is a detailed analysis of traffic counts and turning movements of cars at that main intersection of Elm and North Elm Street, and where Woodlawn meets Elm. And we want to know, how many cars are turning left, how many cars are turning right, when are they queuing, what does the queue look like at what times of day, what do we have for pedestrian counts, what do we have for bicycle counts. And then we're specifically asking them to look and tell us if a signalized intersection is warranted there, if a roundabout may geometrically fit in there somehow and how that would impact traffic. We're looking at the impacts of potential modifications to Woodlawn Avenue, removing parking spaces or adding parking spaces in various locations, what the impact to bike lanes is going to be on both sides of Route 9 and how those may be overlaid into this, prohibiting left turn movements from Elm Street onto Route 9 westbound, potentially closing off that Elm and North Elm intersection and not even allowing turning movements there, and where would that push the traffic? And designating some sort of a student drop-off zone potentially on Route 9 or elsewhere. And then we sort of add in a final piece of any other scenario that the engineering firm can look at and tell us may potentially work. So all of these things that I've just run through are not to say that they're going to happen, but we have to present every possibility that we can think of. And many of these, they may say, well, there's no room for a roundabout here, or, a signal is just not warranted, or a signal, may push traffic elsewhere, or, we can't prohibit parking here for X reason. But we have to actually list these scenarios and then ask our engineering firm to give us an analysis of why it may or may not work. And that's really the first step. And they will issue a report to us. And at that point, we now will know what our feasible options are. But that would need to be, let's say they say, okay, put a traffic signal here. Now we need to design and build that. And that would be the next step. So these are, the engineering study is really a first step in assessing a longer term solution to the area. So that's, I guess I'll just stop there for now.
Thank you so much for all of that information and for all that you all are doing. How long generally does a traffic study like that take? Like, what's the timeline, do you think, before recommendations are likely?
I think that this is actually very good timing because obviously school is in session. I would expect to see something from them by the end of the school year. I'm sort of coaching that because let's say we were in summer right now, it obviously wouldn't help us to do a traffic study of the area when school is not in session. So it really depends on how you hit it timing wise, but I think we've hit this right. And I think we would probably see something in a few months if all goes well.
Okay, thank you so much. You'd mentioned one of the potential ideas that could come out of this might be some kind of a designated drop-off zone along 9. And one of the questions I have, this might be a question for Principal Valancourt. I think Principal Valancourt might be here. My question is, what is the current policy in place or practices for drop-off and pickup at the high school?
Sure, can I respond to that? Okay. So I kind of want to back up a little bit. So we have noticed that we have had more pedestrian traffic simply during this time during the pandemic. We have less students who are participating in ride sharing, meaning they're not taking the bus and they're not carpooling. So that has really increased traffic. And so I think that's some of this issue. We also are we are also starting school at the time that Cooley Dickinson is changing shifts. So we have like this big, it's just more congested than usual. So it's clear that we need to shift some of our drop off and pickup patterns, which I'm going to work with the committee to help shift. But currently the expectation is that student drivers are entering in our lower parking lot and that they are parking at the lower lot. And our folks who are getting dropped off in the morning are pulling in, they're passing the bus loop, but they're going all the way down the student path parking lot, making a turnaround. They're stopping in front of the stairs that lead up into the building. They're dropping off there and then exiting. They exit in the same entrance that everybody is coming in. And they're also exiting in the same entrance of the bus loop, which is the only place that students who are taking the bus are dropped off, right in the front of the school by the lower cafeteria doors. So that's what it looks like now. It's definitely not working and we need to figure out a new system, but I have a team who's going to help me figure that out.
Okay, great. I was going to ask if that was like a high school thing or if that was a DPW thing to also study the pattern of traffic during drop off, but it sounds like you are on that, Principal Valancourt.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
This is a question, probably this might be for Director Lascalia. I'm not sure if it's, well, yeah, okay. So my question, you all can tell me who should answer this question. It's about, for all schools, the 20-mile-an-hour flashing signs that are outside of all schools. Do you know what times those are set to be on? I asked this question because I have noticed that they aren't on frequently when I'm going to pick up my kid from school, which is after school, but like there's still kids at the school and people fly on those roads by the school. So I'm just curious, like, what are the hours that those signs are activated is number one. And number two, what kind of enforcement, like, is there active law enforcement looking at enforcing that 20-mile-an-hour speed limit around our schools?
I can speak to the signs. I can't speak to the enforcement, but when the hours of drop off and pickup changed, we went around and reprogrammed all of those signs. So DPW controls the programming and the maintenance of those signs. If something is not functioning, please let me know where it is and what it's doing or not doing, and I will send someone to address it. And that goes for any traffic signal issue. We control all the traffic signals in the city. So hopefully that's a helpful answer, but please let me know if something's not working.
Member Levy, can I ask a clarifying question? So are you picking up your child later, like after like an after school program? So
Yes.
Maybe that might be a different time than what Director Lascalia has programmed them for?
Yeah, I guess my question is it possible that we should consider extending those hours? Because we know there are kids at our schools much longer than the sort of typical hours of the school day. I don't know if that's something that we can just do or if we need some kind of city ordinance or.
I will have to check the MUTCD standards on that. So that's manual and uniform traffic control devices. So there are very strict rules around where these flashing beacons can be installed and how they can be implemented. So I guess if you'd like to discuss with me where you're talking about and what times you're looking for them to operate, I can confirm the legality of that.
Okay. Thank you. The schools that I most frequently drive by are Leeds, Bridge Street, and the high school. Oh, and JFK. I drive through by a lot of our schools. And I don't notice them actively, but I might not be paying attention.
Director Lascalia could speak to why you might not notice them at the high school, which is something that's infuriating for me. And we just had a conversation with the superintendent the other day about it.
Yes, we're legally not allowed to place those flashing school zone beacons at the high school because one of the warrants for those beacons, so everything with traffic control works on what's called warrants. You have to hit particular metrics and then you can install a traffic control device, whether it's a yield sign or a stop sign or a traffic light, or in this case, a flashing school zone beacon. So in order to have a flashing school zone beacon, you must have grades 1 through 8, which obviously doesn't apply in this case. So we legally cannot install school zone beacons.
I see all your faces and you agree with me. It's ridiculous.
Do we have the authority to simply lower the speed limit?
We do not. That is a rather complex process as well. Speed limits are set and approved by Mass DOT through a process. So that's one of the questions that I get a lot from a lot of folks who are concerned about speeding on their street. So there's two different types of speed limit. There's a regulatory speed limit, which has the black and white sign that you see all over the city. And then there would be like it's called like a de facto speed limit where there is no posted speed limit sign. So there are actually many streets in the city where you just don't see a speed limit sign. And in those places, the speed limit is assumed to be 30 miles an hour, which is considered to be a reasonable and proper speed. Now, in the area in front of the high school, there is a regulatory speed limit, black and white posted sign, and that is 35 miles an hour. And the way you go through a regulatory process of setting a speed limit is you must have an engineering study done, which does exactly what I've just asked Fussin O'Neill to do for us: traffic counts, turning movements, roadway geometry. But it's fairly involved. You have to hit, all of the criteria that Mass DOT lists, and then the engineering firm generates a report with a recommended speed limit. And that has to go to Mass DOT for review and final approval. So there was a speed regulation set on Route 9, and some of these are decades and decades old. So anytime you see a black and white speed limit sign, that's the process that was gone through to set that, and we cannot change it except by going through that process again. But I will add that we don't get to choose what the outcome of that process is. So I can't hire an engineering firm and say, make that be 20 miles an hour. They're going to go through, collect their data. It's a very sort of linear, metrics driven process. And sometimes they'll come out with a number that you may not like, but that's the outcome. So that is a long answer to your question. No, I do not have the ability to alter that speed limit without going through a very lengthy process that may not yield the desired outcome.
Okay, thank you so much for that answer. I have lots of questions I could ask, but I recognize that I'm taking up a lot of time and that there's a whole committee of folks. So I'd like to yield, but I guess before I do, my thoughts are: first, thank you for the work you're doing. Thank you to the PTO for the work they're doing. And it sounds like there's a real opportunity for us as a school committee and as a district to think about the work we can do, given that DPW is doing all they can on their end. And it sounds like, I appreciate Principal Valancourt, that you are going to be looking into a shift in drop off and pickup process. And it sounds like there's an opportunity for us to think about also how we're routing traffic and how students are getting in and out near the stadium, how they're getting in and out near drop off. And so I hope that we as a district can do all we can to be able to support the work that the PTO and the DPW is doing.
Thank you, Member Levy. Are there other questions from the committee for Director LaScalia? I actually don't see any other ones. I don't know if Member Levy, you want to throw another one in there?
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, if there are no further questions for Director LaScalia, also great thanks to you, Director LaScalia, for joining us and for sharing all that information. And again, thank you to the PTO and everyone who is working hard on this issue.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Appreciate everyone's time tonight. Thank you.
Good night. Okay, our next item is item C, which is vote to approve NHS Program of Studies. And we have Principal Valancourt here to present that. Welcome again, Principal Valancourt.
Thank you. Okay, so this is always an exciting time to be able to be in the spotlight for just a few moments to talk about our program of studies. So thank you for your attention to this and for your interest in keeping this a part of our traditions. So I appreciate that. Before I begin, I wanted to, and what I'm going to do is go through additions and changes in the program of studies. I've invited my department chairs here this evening to talk about their section of the program of studies. So we will do that in an orderly way. But before I do that and go through it, I wanted to talk a little bit about the process of creating the program of studies and share with you how that looks throughout the early part of the year. So we typically start around November. We give our department chair, that means the administration and our counselors, provide department chairs with their section of the program of studies. The department chairs then bring their document to their department meetings. And with their department, they go through their section of the program of studies and they make necessary adjustments. They work with the teachers in their department to review prerequisites, to review course levels, to review the course descriptions. The teachers in the department also determine what courses they will run and what courses they won't run. And they make a lot of those determinations based on student interests and based on teacher passions. So you will hear some of that in the presentations this evening. When they're done having those meetings with their departments, then they bring that back, the department chairs bring that back, and we have an entire day where the school counselors and myself and Megan Harrison, the Associate Principal of Curriculum Instruction, we meet with each department chair and we go through every single word in all of the language for each course that will be taught for the next school year. So many of the changes in the program of studies result from professional development that teachers have had, changes in best practices, the needs of our building based on our accountability data. And then we really work on making sure that all of our changes are focused on the vision of the school, our school improvement plan, and the district improvement plan. So that's a little bit how it works and how we get to where we are. So tonight, my department chairs are going to share their section of the program of studies. They're going to focus on just the general scope of their department course offerings. That will be brief. And then they are going to talk about how multiculturalism and diversity and culturally responsive teaching and learning is incorporated into their section of the program of studies. And then if there are questions for each department chair, I will join them and help them in answering those questions, but really they are the knowledgeable folks who will be able to answer those best for you. So I'm going to start by introducing, there are really no big changes in the front of this program of studies until we get to our work study program. And that is Misha Began, and she is going to start with that section of the program of studies. And that starts on page 18. I believe you all have a copy of it.
Thank you, Principal Valancourt. So we have a few career courses we teach, and these are aimed at helping students explore careers and gain job readiness skills as they transition to post-secondary plans. So we have a teacher assistant course, work study, and internship. And really we focus on themes like cultivating career interests, habits for the workplace, occupation and career research, joining the workforce, building professional toolkits like resumes and interview skills, and goal setting and reflection. And students who participate in these courses, they have to be 11th and 12th graders. And they also are able to work over 100 hours at an internship or TA position. And they additionally, this experience is really student driven and also helps us identify industry sectors that are in need of support for student workers. And that includes things like healthcare, teaching. We actually have a program that's brought in from DESE called the High School Senior Educator Internship Program, which is actually paying students to go out into our district schools. So we have an intern at each of the elementary schools for this semester. And then the new areas that I just wanted to highlight are innovation pathways, and we've kind of referenced that a few times this evening. But the innovation pathways programs are a DESE designation, and we have had the IT pathway for, I believe we're in our 4th or 5th year at this point. We're one of the first schools to receive that designation, and it includes enhanced courses, work-based learning like internships, and really enhance student supports, which is really where we get to meet our students that are in most need of work readiness. And we're really excited to tell the school committee this evening that we've submitted our Plan B, sorry, our Part B designation grant for a healthcare and social assistance pathway. So we're hoping to get that for next year. That way we can start promoting the same kind of experiences over 4 years for students to have an enhanced coursework and career readiness in the healthcare sector. So, thank you, Principal Valancourt.
You're welcome. Any questions about that section of the program of studies for Misha? Okay, so I will now invite Mr. Carl Mead, who is our department chair for English, to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, sorry about that. I still have trouble with Zoom sometimes. Hi, I'm Carl Mead, and this is my second year as department chair for the English department, and to take you through briefly what it is we have to offer. As Principal Valancourt said, there's not much in the way of changes, but to provide a brief overview, especially for new members of the committee. The English department works with students to develop a wide range of skills, their ability to engage with texts, to craft arguments and compelling narratives in a thorough and thoughtful writing process, to design and deliver presentations, and to engage in meaningful discussions, among all sorts of other things that come up in our classrooms. Students at NHS are required to take at least one English class each year. In the 9th grade, we have a class designed to give students the communication foundations they will need throughout and beyond their high school experience. At the 10th grade level, we offer both honors and standard level options for a semester-long exploration of American literature. What stories do we tell about ourselves, and what values do these stories impart and challenge, and so on. For juniors, we have the AP Language and Composition class, as well as the standard level English 3 class. In both these classes, students conduct rhetorical analysis, getting to the bottom of how a writer constructs an argument and what makes that argument more or less effective, and focus particularly on students' ability to create arguments of their own. Before moving on to the final year, I'll note that students of any year may also take our creative writing elective. I'm teaching that right now, and the students are writing. It's an exciting thing, and there are 2 fairly large sections of that class this year, and it's just good to be a part of. Lastly, seniors are able to choose from a wider pool of options to fulfill their final year's requirement. We have the AP Literature and Composition class for those looking for a first-year college literary analysis experience. We also offer multicultural literature every year, and as part of our every other year rotation, next year we will be offering such high-interest classes as the Science and Literature class and the Art and Analysis of Poetry class. In all classes at all levels, the English department is dedicated to ensuring that students engage with a variety of materials representing a thoroughly diverse range of writers. The department has specifically been working over the past year and a half to increase the degree to which our materials reflect not only the experiences of various lines of privilege, but to reflect the entire world in all its complexity and all its injustices systemically buried within. I believe that for now, that's all I've got to say on behalf of the English department, but if at any point you should have a question about anything, I'm more than happy to do what I can for you. Thank you.
Oh, I see a question from Member Miller.
I have a couple questions because this is my area of interest. So my one question is whether it's possible within, just grade 9 English, grade 10 English, before you get to electives, is it possible to incorporate into their reading matter different cultures, different religions, different languages, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that
Absolutely.
the multicultural perspective.
I should hope that you understand that that is a part of what we do. That's absolutely something that we build into every class. And that's something that we are working very hard to increase the degree of. So absolutely, if you're teaching English and you're not doing those things, then you're not teaching English. You're teaching something else. And I should hope you understand that that's what we're about.
Thank you. My only other question is just curious about this. If any of your classes have both honors and regular student, regular level students in the same class, how are the teachers trained to do that? That seems so difficult to me.
Well, that is the nature of our ninth grade class. Is a heterogeneous class. There is no honors or standard level distinction. And that is something that we have discussed implementing in other classes, but for the time being, we are maintaining a honors and standard level distinction in our other classes. As far as how it goes, it's not any different truly from other kinds of teaching. It's whenever you're teaching, whoever you have in front of you, they are not all, jelly molded to be one kind of person. You're always differentiating to meet the different needs of the different people in front of you. It's always a matter of balancing when to step forward and when to ease back, when to offer support and when to offer opportunities for greater independence. And that's something that, granted, does take some work, but it's the work that we are here to do.
Understood. I just meant specifically like when you have honors level and regular level. That's all. But I
So
understand what you mean. Thank you.
I can speak to that a little further if you have another minute. Last year, we ended up combining in the spring our honors and standard level 10th grade classes as a result of some COVID necessities. And that was an experience that the department has not had to put together for decades, so far as I can tell. But though that was a challenge, it was still a matter of identifying what opportunities, what materials to offer the honors level students who had an interest in pursuing ambitions independently beyond the classroom, at the same time as making sure that everyone can participate in the discussions that we have regarding the materials and skill sets that we were all working to develop, regardless of level of achievement in those different concepts and skill sets. Does that help at all? Or
yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mead. So Department Chair Kate Fontaine is unable to be with us this evening. However, she has written a statement and asked for Associate Principal Harrison to read that for her. So please welcome Megan.
Hi, everyone. I'm happy to share the following statement from Kate Fontaine, the Department Chair of the History and Social Studies Department. Good evening, School Committee. Next year, we will continue to offer our required course sequence of U.S. History 1, U.S. History 2, followed by World History. Students will be given the option to take AP World History or AP European History in lieu of World History, or to take AP US History in lieu of US 2. We will be shifting our elective offerings next year to increase offerings about marginalized populations and continue to work on our district goals of increasing inclusivity. We will also be reducing elective and advanced placement offerings due to lack of staffing. Next year, we will offer some of our very popular electives that allow all students the chance to experience academic success and explore an area of interest. This includes genocide studies, psychology, AP government, and AP psychology. We will continue to work towards our goal of inclusive offerings, and we'll be offering Black history and women and gender studies next year. Due to understaffing in our department, we will not be able to offer advanced placement economics, Middle East studies, and history of the Civil War.
Any questions for Ms. Harrison about the history department? Okay, thank you.
Oh, I have a question. I was a little slow in finding the button. You may or may not know this because you're not the chair of the history department, so I understand if you're not able to answer this question. I'm curious, for the elective courses, are there enough sections offered that any student who wants to take those courses may, or is it, are they limited and some students who are interested won't be able to take those courses? I'm thinking specifically about the Black history, women and gender studies, genocide studies.
Right, so there would be, and Karen Hidalgo can speak to this also, like a number of factors that would contribute to whether or not a student would be able to get in the class. One would be like the rest of their schedule and where those electives fit in, because it doesn't always, like if you're choosing between something like an AP French class and women and gender studies, if they're one-offs or there are only a few sections, they might not always line up. And also it would depend on the other coursework that the student was accessing. So it's really a matter of scheduling, but yes, the elective courses are fewer and farther between because they are smaller. We're not able to offer a large number of sections like we would like a US 1 or a US 2 class.
Yep. Okay, thank you. I guess one of the things I'm thinking about, and this was brought up by our student representative as well, is, you know, it's fantastic to offer these as separate courses, and I'm thrilled to see them. And I'm wondering the work that's happening. I know it's a tight curriculum and there's probably a lot that has to get covered, but I'm wondering how much how much curriculum of these types of courses can get infused into the other courses as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that's something that Kate and her department are working on diligently. She's one of our curriculum team leads. And all of the new coursework, including the AP World History, is going through the Some Forms of Bias protocol. And like we're looking at the textbooks and we're always revisiting the curriculum. So that work is continuously being done.
I see Member Davis and Member Robbins. Oh, and Member Miller. So Member Davis.
Hi there, and thanks for being here. I had two things. One question, I'm not sure if you can speak to this or if it's it has to do with the lack of staffing question. Is that we can't fill those spots, or it's a funding, can't fit it in the schedule, only so many hours in the day kind of a question? You know what I mean? So lack of staffing, so we're not going to have this class, such and such a class you mentioned next year because of lack of staffing. I didn't catch which class, but I was just wondering what's about that.
Yeah, sure. There's always a rotation of classes, given that we can't run a certain amount of one-off or, you know, singleton sections every single year. I'm new to the district as of last year, so I can't speak to historically like how many members of the department there were a few years ago. But my understanding and our understanding as a high school is that we would like to expand the department if at all possible.
Okay, and thank you very much. And my other question, this might actually be a guidance question or something, but I was just wondering about the encouraging kids to, I mean, I was trying to cast myself back to, well, when I was in high school, you know, I guess that's the idea of an elective, right? Is that you take something that grabs your imagination and you have a free spot in your schedule. Yay, I can take such and such a thing. But I wonder about encouraging, just with my own like mom hat on, my daughter is taking women's studies and she doesn't shut up about it. I'm finally, this is amazing, amazing, amazing. And it's only two guys and their mom. Mm-hmm. So, you know, she said, they're the ones that need to hear this stuff. So it just made, you know, we had this whole conversation about that speaking to the choir idea. Do you know what I mean? It's like how to encourage, give this a try, you know, and expose yourself to something. But by the same token, that is, I guess, the elective idea is to take something that you're so excited to be in school about. So I was just wondering about if history teachers throw that out there, or if that's a guidance counselor question, maybe.
Karen, did you want to speak to that?
Sure. I mean, I would say it's kind of a community project encouraging students to try different classes. And so counselors, teachers, parents, friends, will have conversations in different settings, encouraging students to try things and push themselves. Yeah.
It's a hard age for that, right? Try something new. Thank you, though.
Sure.
Member Robbins.
Thank you. And thank you for that and for sharing that. It does raise questions, and building a little bit on what Member Davis said. I know I can go to DART for this information, but I'm wondering about, there's a lot of AP classes in the history department, and there are also a lot of foundation classes. And I'm wondering about class size in all of those. What are the numbers that actually you routinely get in the AP classes that are offered, and what are the sizes of the foundation history classes?
I can speak to some of that off the top of my head. I know we just implemented AP World this semester, and those classes are very large. There are 28 to 30 students in those. In the foundational classes, Karen, you might have more info.
Typically, the history classes have been pretty full the last few years, 28 or 30. Not every single section is always that big, but the majority of them have been about that large.
What about the other AP classes that are, for example, being offered this semester? How large are they?
History or generally?
Well, actually, you could answer generally. That's fine.
So I honestly don't know off the top of my head besides AP. I know the AP Worlds have been full because I've had kids trying to get into them. I think the AP Micro is also full. And then the other AP classes, we haven't been running really small sections of the AP classes. So I'd say they're usually at least 20 and often closer to 26, 28, 30.
So I can also, if it's okay if I add a little to that. So we have really done, and I give credit to Ms. Harrison for this, but she has really done some targeted recruitment for making sure, and the whole counseling department, for really making sure that our kids are engaging in AP classes. And so because of that, we've seen, Dr. Provost can tell us the percentage, but I believe it's like we have 20% of our students are engaging in AP classes. And so that is an increase. I think it's about 11% increase, Dr. Provost.
Let me look up some stats.
Okay.
And get back to you.
So because of that, we have more students interested in those classes. So we are running some AP classes at about 33 students would be like the biggest number of students in those classes. We are really proud of ourselves for getting more students involved in AP classes, and the history department does tend to run many of those AP classes. And they don't have as many honors classes, so students can move from general to AP, which is really something we would like all students to be able to participate in. So yes, those classes are big and they do fill up, and we do let student interest drive the schedule. So if we have a class that's only running or scheduled for like 10 or 9 or 8 students, then we're not typically going to run that class, but we would create an extra section of an AP class that has high interest. So that's how that works a little bit.
Okay, thank you. And this is probably a longer discussion for another time, which I hope we can have, because I just have lots of discussions. I'm just going to comment that I think those class numbers are really high. I can't imagine on a consistent basis having that number of students in front of me and trying to really do an excellent job and be sure that we're pushing kids to think critically and to know each one well. So food for thought for us, and thank you.
Dr. Provost, is there something you wanted to add? You're muted.
I have the answer to Principal Valancourt's question. So this is 2021. Last year we have data for, we had 224 students taking 420 AP tests last year. In the area of history and social science, which we're talking about specifically, we had 89 students take 95 AP tests.
Thank you. Can I just say one final thing, which is maybe we'll have another discussion at some point, but I have some real concern about having a lot of AP classes. And I know that there's been a drive to have that in the curriculum and in the district, because because in some ways it's a beneficial thing. But I worry a lot about what the kids who presented us today have talked about, how we integrate really multicultural studies or learning about other ways of being and other cultures and other issues into a class that already has a fixed curriculum that we have to teach that way because they're going to have an assessment at the end that demands that they have that knowledge. So it's just, again, food for thought and probably part of a longer discussion. But thank you very much, Dr. Provost.
Member Miller?
Thank you also for all these presentations. I just wanted to add, I'm sort of giving voice to the students who may not be able to take AP classes because that's just not what they're going to choose. So what I wanted to emphasize again is that, for example, when we're teaching American history, that in the regular level classes, in the basic classes, that the African-American experience is included in the curriculum, and that there is discussion of not just multicultural, but that it's not just white American history, that it's in all the classes, not just if you're lucky enough to get into one of those fascinating, great electives. Those are all great. But what if you can't get into those? I would want to make sure that the vast experience is included in regular education. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. That is our focus. And we've also expanded access to all other kinds of coursework, including dual enrollment, because we believe that all of our students can attain, have the ability to take AP classes and dual enrollment classes and be ready for careers. We believe that all of our students can do that. And so we're doing our best to make sure that all of these diverse offerings are across the board in our general curriculum, in our AP classes, in our dual enrollment offerings, like everywhere. That is our goal.
Member Davis, is your hand up again or no? Okay, just checking. Okay. It's Principal Valancourt.
All right, great. So next I would like to introduce my department chair, Dan Moylan, and he will talk about the curriculum and the program of studies for science.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dan Moylan. I'm a biology teacher and environmental science teacher at Northampton High School. I also serve as the chair of what some people would say is the best department at the high school, which is the science department. I'm happy to talk with you all tonight. The mission of the science department is to equip all students with scientific literacy and to recognize science as a resource for positive change in the community. So all of the science courses at Northampton High are lab-based courses. We have partnerships with UMass, with Smith College and wildlife programs all throughout the state. And we encourage students to look at social and scientific issues as problems that can be solved. So we're very much a solution-based viewpoint for our science courses. We encourage all ninth graders to take biology, and then they take chemistry, and then the sky is the limit for them in terms of the electives and AP courses that we offer at the high school. For the last 2 years, we've been taking a serious look at the course prerequisites for our higher level electives and AP courses. And in many cases, we've replaced those prereqs with co-requisite requirements instead, which allows students to take previously prereq courses concurrently with the course they would like to take. And that opens up availability to students. And in some cases, when appropriate, we've eliminated prereqs. And so we're really trying to make sure that every science course is accessible as possible to all types of students. So that's been a great change that we've seen over the last 2 years. Thanks to Lori's leadership, we're also replacing one of our very popular anatomy and physiology elective courses with a Project Lead the Way Body Systems course. And so students will now take this course, and Project Lead the Way curriculum allows students to receive college credit for taking a science elective course without having to take an AP course or pass an AP test. And so that's going to increase the benefit of receiving college credit in high school to students who might not typically feel comfortable taking an AP course. And so we're excited, hopefully, to get that curriculum up and running for next year. Lastly, in the program of studies, you'll see a new course that we're all excited about entitled Plant Science and Food Justice. And this science explores concepts in botany, but also explores solutions to inequities in our food system. This course will be taught by Megan Murphy, who's a hotshot new science teacher at the high school. And Megan's been working with the NEF to secure some funding to resurrect the heating pumps in our greenhouse, which have been non-functional for almost 20 years. It's been a storage closet. And so hopefully, if you come to visit us in the fall, it will be a functional greenhouse and students will be able to use that resource who take her class. And this is just really a great opportunity for students to experience some authentic learning partnerships with programs all throughout the city, including Grow Northampton and the Survival Center, and have some really important discussions regarding social justice and food justice, and also potential solutions to that issue. So thanks very much for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Moylan? Don't let him fool you with him being the best department. He's great, but
I didn't. Some people say that. I don't say that, but some people do.
Okay. Thank you. So I would next like to introduce one of our teacher leaders, Rachel Stavely Hale, and she will speak about the math department, and she's speaking for our department chair, Anissa Shartle. Thank you, Rachel.
Hi, and thanks for hosting me tonight. It is my delight to speak in front of the committee for the first time in 9 years, simply as a member of the math department and not as chair of my department. Hugely grateful to Anissa for taking over that responsibility from me. So I just wanted to tell you a little bit about some of the changes in the program of studies for next year. And also just give a shout out to what is obviously the best department at the high school, but whatever, Dan Moylan. The first thing that you might notice is that we made some changes to the math pathways, the sample math pathways that we have in the program of studies, showing the many different possible paths that students might take through our courses. We have our core graduation requirement courses of integrated math 1, 2, and 3, but things that students might do after vary quite a lot. There's the path of pre-calculus to calculus, or AP Calculus AB, and potentially AP Calculus BC beyond that. We have statistics, we have AP statistics, we have financial math. We also have math support classes, which we've made some changes to this year as well. And so actually, maybe I'll talk about that piece first. So historically, we had Topics 1 and Topics 2. We've shifted those a little bit. We have Math Foundations, which is intended to support students who come into the high school with large gaps in their mathematical understanding, who are not ready to take the Integrated Math 1 course. We also offer Integrated Math 1 both as a standard 1 semester course, but also as a full year course to support students who have weaknesses in their middle school math and need some extra time to shore those skills up before they are moving on to the 1 semester IM2. We now have Math Essentials, which is intended to support students who are working on MCAS competency portfolios. So students who are not able to get proficient on the MCAS are able to do a competency portfolio in lieu of getting proficient on the MCAS. And then we also have our Topics in Math course, which students can take after Integrated Math 2 or 3, just to shore up their algebra and geometry skills, particularly for students who are trying to prepare, say, for pre-college tests like the AccuPlacer test. It's a nice course to take to build those skills if they struggled in their Integrated Math courses. I am personally very excited that we have 2 teachers in the department now who are going to be teaching AP courses, in addition to me and to Esther Locke, who teaches AP Calc AB and BC. I teach AP Statistics, and for a long time, those courses have really eaten up our schedules, which is a bummer because Esther and I would love to be able to teach a broader range of courses. And now we have a new hire in our department, Heather Fuller, who's trained to teach AP Calculus, and my colleague Brant Jones has trained to teach AP Statistics. And so that means we will potentially be able to offer more sections of those courses moving forward, which is great because those courses have been in very high demand. We also have had a real desire to be able to offer some math electives for students after completing the 3 core courses beyond statistics, calculus, and financial math. And so my new department chair, Anissa, has a training as a linguist and is going to be offering a linguistics course, is in the program of studies in our department for the first time. And hopefully there will be enough interest to run that next year. We're pretty excited about that. Other changes you'll note are there some changes to the descriptions for the integrated math courses and the pre-calculus course to reflect our shift to new curriculum materials. We were using the Core Plus curriculum materials, and McGraw-Hill is no longer supporting that curriculum. And so the middle school is using the Open Up Resources math program, and we piloted the Open Up Resources program with our 9th graders last year, and really loved it, and went through the curriculum materials using the 7 forms of bias protocol, and agreed as a department to move forward with the usage. And so that's shifted the descriptions of which content is covered in which of the 3 courses. There's not a lot of shift, but some of the content that, say, previously was in the integrated 1 course is now in 2, and so forth. So we just reflected that in the course descriptions. I think those are the big changes. Anything else? No, I think I got them all. If anyone has any questions, I'm glad to answer.
I see Member Levy.
Thank you so much. Thank you also for your incredible service to the schools and your long tenure as department chair. I imagine it's nice to hand that off. I wonder if you could speak to the difference between the learning expectations or learning outcomes of an honors course versus a non-honors course for math?
Yeah, I'd be glad to. So when we made the switch to integrated math from the traditional algebra, geometry, algebra 2 progression, one of the things that we talked about was needing as a department to have greater clarification in the differences between our standard college prep and our honors courses. So when we started implementing the integrated math curriculum, one of the things that we set out as a goal was to make sure that we were covering the same course content in those courses. And that really what was different was that we were asking the students in the honors courses to think about that content in deeper ways and to develop their ability to communicate about that content in more sophisticated ways, using more formal mathematical language and notation, and basically instilling the kind of habits of mind that you're going to need to do math at higher levels. And so because the content of the courses is the same, when we were shut down during the early pandemic, we realized that we were going to have trouble with kids learning math in a remote setting. And so we created year-long versions of our integrated courses. And the only way that we could do that was to have our honors students in the same sections with our standard college prep students. And luckily, because we had already done this work of making sure that the honors courses covered the same content as the standard college prep courses, it was actually not that much of a hardship to have them integrated in the same classroom section. And so we've moved ahead with that now this year. I'm right now teaching a section of integrated math 3. And I have honors students and regular students in the same class. I mean, I think Carl touched on this earlier, but having taught, honors pre-calculus for basically my whole career, I have had to differentiate instruction in that course forever. Just because a course has an honors designation doesn't necessarily mean all of the students in that class are at the same place in their learning. So we're feeling really good about it. And one of the things that I think is making us especially feel good about it is the number of students who are now electing to take our math classes at the honors level. It's higher than it's ever been before. And I think a lot of what it is that kids see the curriculum materials and they see what's required for the honors questions on an assessment. They see the rubric and they think, well, hey, you know what? I actually might be able to do this problem. And they go ahead and try it and they realize this is work I can do. I'm going to take this class for honors credit. So that's been pretty exciting to see.
Thanks. So given that the emphasis is really on deeper level thinking, how are teachers differentiating their instruction aside from simply adding additional questions to their tests at the end of the test for the honor students?
So it really has to do with the level of discourse that's happening. So we might push a student who's taking classes at the honors level to describe the thing that they're working with using more formal language, or draw a connection between that and some other concept that might be a little bit more of a leap than we would expect of a student taking it at standard college level credit. And then with the assessments, that's a piece where it really comes in. The rubric, what it would take to get a score of proficient for an honors student demands more in the work that they're putting out in the assessment than we would see with a standard college level student.
So
Thanks.
can I just add to that, Rachel, a little bit?
Yeah.
So each unit has its own assessment, and within that assessment or that test that students get, the math department has a very, very specific rubric. One rubric is for honors students, and one rubric is for a general education student who's not on an honors track. We have seen students comparing their answers or tests, and one student will say, hey, how come this student got a 4 here, but I only got a 2? And we had the same answer. And the teacher, like I see this in observation, the teacher will respond, well, because you're on an honors track and your level of thinking here is not to the depth necessary according to this rubric. So it's really clear for students how they need to perform and how they need to respond and how they need to show their depth and understanding of learning comparatively to a student who's not on an honors track. It's very laid out. It's very clear. The rubrics are assigned for each student, each question. It's quite impressive. And I'm sure that I don't want to go down too much of a math hole tonight, but I do know on behalf of the math department that they would be more than happy to have a separate time to be able to talk about mathematics and to really answer these and fine tune some of the questions that you have here.
Yeah, I think that would be fantastic. I think that would probably be very welcome. I do have just a few more questions before I have a lot of colleagues who have hands as well. I'm curious how many students who are interested in taking an honors math course have the opportunity of doing that in a non-embedded class. And yeah, that's one question.
So currently the honors option in the integrated math 1 through 3 courses is embedded. There is not a separate class. So once you get to the AP level, you have calculus that you can take at the standard college prep level or the AP level. Same thing with statistics.
Yeah, thank you. I want to be really clear. I fully support embedded honors for a lot of the reasons you've named. I think it's a fantastic way of getting more students to see themselves as highly capable in math. And so I don't mean to sound negative towards embedded honors. My concern is the level of preparation and the way of our teachers and the way it then gets carried out. And I imagine you're likely aware of the public records request that was made last year around the embedded honors math courses and conversations between math teachers showing they felt they had zero understanding of how to differentiate instruction for honors students short of adding a few questions to the test. So my last question for you, since last year, what professional development has been made available to math teachers who are teaching embedded honors courses?
So we have ongoing collaboration within the department on our teaching instructional practices and our assessment practices. We are part of the benefit of having the embedded honors is that we now have teacher teams. So right now I'm teaching integrated math 3 with 2 of my colleagues. And that means that we can be working on all of the curriculum materials and assessment materials collaboratively so that we can be really clear about how those materials are differentiated in a way that's almost impossible to do when you're teaching alone. And so one of the things that to me is the greatest advantage of this is how much more we're now able to collaborate as a department to help make sure that our materials are being appropriately differentiated. I mean, there's no question that it's hard. Differentiating well, for anyone who's an educator knows it's challenging work to do. I think one of the bigger problems is that we had this big push of professional development as a district around differentiated instruction. And then that thread kind of got dropped and it wasn't kept up in an ongoing way. And so folks who've been hired within the last few years didn't have that same kind of targeted training in differentiated instruction that those of us who've been around for a while received. So I know that that's something that the district is aware of and intends to continue working on because it's certainly something that's needed, for all educators at all levels. Even when you have separate sections of courses, you always have students with a broad range of understanding and some amount of differentiation that is required in any course. So I'm optimistic that the district will continue doing that kind of professional development. I also just want to note briefly, there's so many new members of the school committee, and we have our new mayor present for the school committee. There's no question that historically, my department has felt under a lot of scrutiny by the school committee and by the general public, because we have been trying to do things with math instruction that are new, and that can feel really confusing. And I understand as a caregiver, it's challenging when your kid's bringing home math that looks really unfamiliar. And so something that the vertical math team has worked on in an ongoing way is trying to think about how can we do a better job of educating the community about how it is that we learn mathematics in the city of Northampton. And so that's work that I hope is ongoing as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I just want to echo what I said earlier and thank both you and Principal Valancourt for suggesting that we have the opportunity to meet with the math department. I will say that I am having trouble, given what I do understand about embedded honors, supporting the current math curriculum without first having that conversation with the math department. But I'll yield to my colleagues.
Member Stein.
Thank you. I was going to start differently, but I'll just sort of pick up just on something that Member Levy said. And I don't want to, she got into a lot of territory I wanted to get into, so I'm grateful for that. And I don't want to rehash a lot of it, but I too am uncomfortable moving forward without that conversation. I'm glad to hear there's a willingness to have it. When this comes to a vote later, I think we should take Principal Valancourt's advice. I think it's good advice. And I'll probably make a motion to refer this conversation to the curriculum committee. Hopefully Karen Albano can be part of that conversation. It will give, I think, us and the community a better idea about these changes and sort of have a better understanding of what's happening and some of the rationale behind it. I do want to say, it was a real, in general, it was a real pleasure for me to be able to read this because my kids are little. We're at Bridge Street. So we haven't experienced the high school yet. And I haven't experienced high school for more years than I want to admit. So it was like a real pleasure to see what's being offered and also to hear from you all tonight, both your passion and sort of collegiality around the subject matter you're teaching and providing sort of education to our high school students. So I really appreciate that. It's been really educational for me, and there's so much to feel good about, I think, in terms of what we're offering students. So I want to thank you for that. I've been thinking about the differentiated instruction a bit, because in my own teaching experiences I have never taught at the high school level, only at the college level, but with a lot of the freshmen and stuff I used to teach, coming just on the other side of you guys, depending on the class, we would have a massive difference in diversity of preparation. So in some of the classes, that gulf was nearly impossible to overcome. So I'm wondering, in these regards, one question sort of is, how difficult really is it to give all of these students a coherent class that serves all of their interests? I found it, depending on the composition of the classes I've taught, extremely difficult to do that well. The other sort of question I would have is, what sort of effect does it have to have sort of second-class learners alongside first-class learners? And I don't mean that like ranked, but there's a demand of the honors that the rubric is X, and it's more demanding. And there's a rubric for, I don't know what we call the track, standard learners, that the rubric is less demanding in some ways. I don't know what that does psychologically to students that are in the same space. To me, that seems a bit odd, right? You say, I don't expect the same from you because you're not on that track, but we're all in the same class. And to
So
me,
I'm going to ask.
Please, I still have the floor. I still have the floor. Okay. We can talk about this in the curriculum committee. It's just a question that I'm raising, and I'm suggesting we pick it up then. If we want to address it now, that's fine. But I appreciate all of your time. Thanks.
Principal Valancourt, were you going to say something?
Yes, I wrote that question down and I think it's really important to raise with the math department when we go there. But I really feel like in a public meeting like this, we cannot refer to learners as first and second class learners. I have to say that publicly, that I cannot tolerate that type of depiction of our learners and our students. But I will put this down as a question that we can bring up with our entire math department at another time. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Member Miller.
Thank you. I just want to support that there must be, I would think that as a math teacher, there would need to be a lot of support and education for teachers, because to incorporate all kinds of learners in embedded honors classes would be quite challenging. And I have heard from many students who have been in those classes who have said things like, oh, I don't know, the only difference between honors and regular is, you know, they get extra questions on their tests. So they don't even understand completely. And I just feel like this is not, I'm not blaming anyone, and I really appreciate the quality of and the devotion of all the teachers, and what you're providing is excellent. But I just think that it's got to be really difficult to provide the same kind of education for different learners, and to make that differentiation obvious to the students too, like what they need. All of it is just difficult. So I think professional training, that as much as we can give them, I think we need to support. But I'm glad that we'll have a larger conversation with just the math department. So thank you, and thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Davis.
Hello, I'll be brief. I wanted to, my hand first went up with a brief question, but I'll preface it just by saying, I don't teach high school. I teach second graders myself in a different district. And it's part of being a teacher, whether it's honors or not, that there are a whole bunch of little people in the room and they all learn differently. And that's part of being a teacher. Absolutely honors versus not, it becomes like it's like a different animal in high school, of course. Confidence and training would be key to knowing how to handle that. But my understanding is that the vision is that someone who would be on a standard track or whatever, however you might speak of them, would be maybe inspired to try the thing that the honors kid. I think that was part of it. So continued training, I would really continue to encourage that, so that there's confidence that this can be done. Although it's absolutely not easy. That's why teachers are tired, basically. Then I just wanted to say, Beck, my little question was, it was said kind of at some point, McGraw-Hill is no longer supporting integrated math, and so we're piloting that. I didn't catch the name. So I'm just wondering, they discontinued their series or something? Like, I just was wondering what went down there, that did it just get pulled and you had to find something else to do?
Well, so Core Plus was the textbook series that we were using for our integrated math courses. And the year that we started using them, they were purchased by McGraw-Hill, who promised us that there was going to be great support for this curriculum, lots of professional development available, lots of online resources, none of which they delivered on. Basically, it seems like their intention was to bury the curriculum because it was a competitor to their other math curriculums. So they're no longer supporting it.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no further questions, I would like to move on to the next department. It sounds like there's going to be another or a further discussion with the math department. So let's, Principal Valancourt, if we can move on.
Thank you, Mayor. We just have a few more. So next, I'd like to introduce Mr. Lawrence, who's our department chair of the World Language Department.
Thanks, Laurie. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. As Laurie said, I'm Jamie Lawrence. I'm the chair of the World Language Department. This is my first year serving as chair. I'll try to be brief. In the World Language Department, we offer 3 languages: Latin, Spanish, and French. Spanish and French from level 1 up to level 4, and then an AP course, as well as in Spanish, film and culture and film class, which is very cool. Learning about the Spanish-speaking cultures through various films. And then Latin goes 1 to 5. And there's also a Greek and Latin for professionals class, which is not a Latin language class. It's not conducted in Latin, but it's about the roots of, or the Latin and Greek roots that are used in modern professions, law, medicine, things like that. We also, French AP, I believe, is fairly new this year, or has been recently revived. So that's pretty exciting. We started over the summer and throughout this year have been applying the bias protocols to our curriculum. Language classes sort of naturally cross cultures. That's sort of the idea. But there's still plenty of things within a standard language curriculum that can sort of set off bias bells, and we're working to try to improve our curriculum and offer sort of more broad visions of what the language is and where it's used. I know particularly Sacha Star in French focuses almost exclusively outside of Metropole France and really goes deep into French throughout the entire world. That's something Spanish has been expanding, and Latin as well. We're really trying to get away from a sort of concentration on Italy in the Latin curriculum and sort of explore Latin as this multicultural language. And that's what I have to say for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Member Levy?
I apologize that I don't know the answer to this. I should, but I don't, so I'm asking. Who sets the graduation requirements? Is it the school committee or is it the faculty at the high school?
I'm not the first to ask.
That is one of Karen Hildago, you can also help, but that is one of the things John, you want to answer that?
Superintendent would like to.
Graduation requirements are embedded in a policy of the school committee.
Okay. I would love for us as a school committee to potentially have a conversation about and refer maybe to the policy committee conversation about graduation requirements. I'm shocked that there's no language requirement for our students. And I'm also surprised that students can graduate from the high school without being necessarily eligible for college. That's a conversation we can have another time. So perhaps we can get that on a future agenda sometime soon.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
So next is Mr. Whalen, who is our Technology Education Department Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Valancourt. And contrary to popular belief, the technology department is the best department in the high school. I just want to clear the record, put that on the record for the school committee. So I want to first start with kind of the philosophy, because while I've been listening to different departments talk about things and the responses, I think that it's important to kind of set the stage for what we do as a department. And so the first thing I'd like to say is when we think about the digital age and technology, the way in which we go about in education in our department is that these concepts are a mindset rather than devices, rather than hardware or software. And this is reflected actually in our transfer goals that we created and developed in association with the International Standards for Technology and Education. That's going to be found at the top of the page for us. So these are things like empower yourself and others, design innovatively, communicate and create, construct knowledge, etc. You'll notice probably very quickly that this does not contain very technical or specific language, because what we're actually looking at is the development of digital citizens and 21st century skills. So that's an important thing that rings out throughout some of these changes in our philosophy. The other part of the philosophy and why I actually became a department chair was, and there was discussion about this, is to reconsider what it means to really achieve and succeed in a traditional public school atmosphere. That's generally, and I think that we are seeing kind of national trends shift from this, the idea of advanced placement being the kind of pinnacle of success. And so we've developed a moniker. We are located in the basement. We call ourselves the basement dwellers, and we say that with pride, because what we focus on is the development of these kind of soft skills and experiential learning and various ways to succeed that may not be viewed in a traditional sense of success, but at the same time, it empowers those students and they feel really good about themselves. So moving on to some of the changes. The first thing you'll probably notice is the establishment of academic tracks, specifically within the communications and media production classes and the digital media production classes. These have actually sprung out from student initiatives. These classes started as students coming up to me and creating a club that was a kind of student journalist club, which is now sprung into, at the moment, 26 students, of which are going to be submitting over 20 segments that they've done for the regional student Emmys. So this has become this has kind of taken on a life of its own. And inside of that, we wanted to accommodate that track because students will frequently take this class over a period of time. And so what was happening is this was reflected as the same course over and over, which they actually were kind of evolving and progressing in the way in which they interacted with the class, which brings me to my other point, which is the kind of reconsideration of what differentiation is and can be in the classroom. So while we do have differentiation in projects and the abilities and achievements in those projects, what we've been focusing on in the technology department is a differentiation of roles and responsibilities. And what that looks like is mentorship opportunities for students that may be in those honor situations, for instance, woodworking, or for instance, in the programming classes. And this is taking veterans that are familiar with the protocols and procedures of the class, are familiar with the fundamental foundations of what we're talking about, and melding them and putting them in situations where they're helping out younger students that will alleviate the work of the teacher within that capacity, but two, also provide kind of learning opportunities and mentorship opportunities for all students involved. So that's where you're going to see the communications and media production 1 and 2, as well as the digital media production, which is a creation of a class that specifically looks at the leadership roles within the communication and media production class, the transcripts, our student journalist news magazine. The other important thing to think about in the technology department is that we're also shifting our idea of what it means to succeed after high school, and what that looks like is not only in your success in higher academics, but what you can immediately take out of our courses. In the field of technology in particular, there has been a shift towards certifications because technology has progressed and advanced at such an exponential rate and at such a rapid rate. You're seeing that there's technologies that will easily go obsolete, especially when we're talking about programming and software platforms. And so what we've been looking at, in addition to the IT Pathways program, which is kind of career development and looking at the ways in which we're currently situated in the market, we have Cisco systems certification. We're looking and exploring in C++, Java, Google certification. So not just specific niche things, but things that will be applicable for employment in a wide variety of professions. So that Google certification, it basically works like Microsoft Word at this point, that the certification in that. We also use industry leading software. We have been blessed with 500 licenses of Adobe Master Suite with our partnership with Northampton Open Media. And the other part of this is how can we promote what we're doing in classes as meaningful for the next step, and things like an articulation agreement for my photography class that counts towards HCC credit. So they can skip the introduction to photography if they so choose and go to the next level immediately in their studies. We also have a course, the course variety and educator flexibility is something that I'm proud of and also a little bit cautionary about. We have a wide range of expertise and offerings in our department. So everything from engineering and woodworking to programming, cybersecurity, web development, and then in the digital production, digital video and photo, communication, media production, journalism. We also have 2 licensed staff in history, 1 licensed in physics. One of our programming teachers, Kevin Lucy, currently teaches history classes as well, and is in a master's program at Westfield State for history as well. So we've been kind of doing in our department some kind of double work there as well, using our expertises and filling in and accommodating accordingly. Some of the challenges and achievements and future plans. We have a heavy reliance on the kind of that experiential project-based learning. So like all classes, we took a kind of hit when we were during COVID in participation and building those relationships, particularly in the new classes that we established, our cybersecurity, our programming courses. These really, we rely on the relationships that we have with our students, like any other educator. And so the number of students in these classes has been low due to this, but now we're seeing an enthusiasm for these, and we're really excited to kind of expand the capacity of these classes, which kind of brings us to a next point, and something that we've been talking about, or I've been hearing in the responses and questions, which is, and I actually often ask myself when I'm running around, it looks like everything's on fire, how you can operate a class of 28 or 29 or 30 kids and do that efficiently. And I really think that what our philosophy is that if we have the resources to do so, we will waive any cap as long as the students are set up for success. So you'll frequently see within our classes, we will have on the wait list in our established courses, our woodworking courses, our intro to photo and video, we'll have anywhere between 60 and 90 students on the wait list alone. And so we do have very high demand for the classes that we offer, and we routinely waive the cap to accommodate these students. Why? Because the students come in, they're excited. These are often elective courses, but we also, through that differentiation, have provided the means for them to pair up through project-based learning, to pair up with students and to operate in capacities where the burden is not always on the teacher, nor should it be. We're more facilitators in our department rather than lecturers, rather than standing up and being kind of the overseers of the class in a kind of traditional authoritative sense. And so how do we do this? The resources that we have from Smith College, we've had over 250 computers donated from them. Northampton Open Media has been a huge contributor to our success. Large donations of wood, which you should be seeing coming from JT and South Deerfield. So we have the capacity, and when we have the capacity, we take in students here. The other thing that we is kind of more philosophical is that we are all probably woefully aware at this point that technology is really running the world in ways that pervades almost every facet of our lives. And as we think about that, we need to kind of prepare ourselves for that, prepare ourselves for what happens when we have mass campaigns of misinformation, what happens when we have digital literacy problems within our society. And so we've been frequently intertwining our course and curriculum with some of these social ongoing issues. And then just to end on a nice note here, some of the awards and recognitions that we've been honored to be a part of. We had 2 regional Boston New England Regional Emmys last year. To give you an idea of where we're back at, so we had 6 submissions last year. This year, we have 20 submissions, and I'm very confident in all of these submissions. One of our students who's going to Clark University, Nate Kidd, was just awarded the Goddard Scholarship at Clark University, and was specifically mentioned in the scholarship his media submission, which he created as a part of our class. And then an alum, Elena Fragamini, who just received the Rhodes Scholarship She's a Rhodes Scholar. I can't get into the details, nor can she, about the actual intense interview process, but she did tell me that she was able to mention her work in student journalism at the high school and as a contribution to her success. So we're doing some really good stuff. I love the team that I work with. I love the admin team, and I love the leadership guidance on that front. And from there, definitely can entertain some questions.
Thank you. Member Robbins.
Wow. That was a great presentation and really exciting because a lot of the stuff you talk about is part of our district improvement plan, as you well know. The interdisciplinary part, project-based learning, the idea that students are allowed to mentor each other, that you are facilitating as a coach, and then that kids are really enjoying and wanting to be there, that it's a place where they feel successful and they want to keep working forward. So thank you so much for that presentation. Love your enthusiasm and thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Member Miller.
I just want to add my gratitude and appreciation for the amazing work that you've been doing. And I just want to publicly acknowledge that my own son's participation and involvement with the transcript, which is video reporting, was transformative, and he wrote about it in his college essay, and it was big. It just changed him, and I think the engagement that the students have, I've heard nothing but glowing reports from students about their involvement with your department, and I just want to say thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And for those that are unacquainted with the transcript, it's student-centric, meaning that I will advise and consult, but the students from start to finish are responsible. In fact, I just got a text right now. They just exported it for tomorrow. So I don't touch any part of it. I'm there for consultation, and they really operate within the confines of interacting with each other for their success in that. So.
Member Stein's hand went down, but Superintendent Provost.
I just wanted to show you what that looks like from a really inside perspective. The same students who are in these classes are helping me produce the podcast on our anti-bias policies. And I remember the shock when I went into the studio to tape the first one, and they got me all mic'd up, had the cameras and the lights set up. And then Jeremy walked out. For the rest of the time, the students just guided me through the whole rest of the process. So it really is a very authentic type of learning. It really is a student-led learning experience. And it's amazing the magic that happens there.
Actually, Dr. Provost, a little correction. There was a small railing, so I actually had to physically crawl out of the room.
Okay. So I'm just going to jump in super quick. Jeremy, I haven't been able to see you in person in a long time. I'm going to take a quick opportunity to congratulate you on your engagement. It's good to see you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, sorry, Principal Valancourt.
No, any celebration is a good one. Okay, so now I'm going to invite.
And lastly, can I just say, I just wanted to say thank you to Dr. Plummer. She's been amazing. We've had discussions over the years, and I just want to say thank you to her as well.
Thanks, Jeremy. So I'm asking Mr. Mead to put on his beret and bring his paint brush, because he's going to change hats for a minute and present on behalf of Louise Martindale and the Fine and Performing Arts Department.
Hi, yes, thank you. Before I go on and read what Ms. Martindale has prepared for me, I just want to quickly take a second to voice my support for my colleague, Ms. Stavely Hale, as well as all of my colleagues in the math department, whom this institution has so frequently disrespected and whose expertise this body has so frequently undermined. From the desk of Ms. Martindale. The Fine and Performing Arts Department is committed to inspiring our students to strive for excellence as they navigate their arts education, and we are proud to provide outstanding opportunities for students seeking both introductory and more advanced courses of study. Visual arts classes offer students opportunities for foundational studies as well as media-specific courses such as drawing and painting, sculpture, printmaking, and ceramics. Advanced level visual art courses advanced level visual art coursework focuses on more intensive study, series work, portfolio development, and exhibition, and the development of a personal vision and voice as a young artist. Performing arts courses include a diverse variety of voice and instrumental music forms, from band to music technology to chorus and a cappella, as well as dramatic arts, musical theater, and film study. This year, we have restructured prerequisites and redesigned course curriculum with an eye towards equity and accessibility to serve more students. A few examples of this include re-envisioning the course sequencing for 4 honors art courses while still maintaining a rigorous curriculum, continuing to offer Ceramics 1 as a course without a prerequisite in order to provide more visual art opportunities for incoming students, in addition to our very popular and often waitlisted Concepts in Art course. Restructuring theater classes to offer student opportunities such as stagecraft and acting for all grades. Through project-based learning, courses in our department engage students in historical and contemporary practices that engage various art forms as agents of communication and social change. We recognize the power of the arts to shine light on big issues and are proud to provide an avenue for student-engaged work around issues of social justice, personal inquiry, and artistic exploration. Thank you, Louise Martindale, art teacher, Fine and Performing Arts chair.
Thanks, Carl. I don't see any hands, so I would like to just acknowledge that there are no changes in the wellness department's section of the program of studies. Our special education department has remained strong and solid, and there are also no changes in this section. And then finally, for the English language education program, we have the only change here is that we did incorporate the seal of biliteracy into this section, as well as the very front of our program of studies. I won't speak more to that, as Dr. Provost has already praised this, but I will add that I'm so grateful for my colleagues, Megan Harrison and Lauren Berry, for introducing this to the high school and really working effortless, just with so much care and diligence in making sure that we could implement that this year. So that concludes our presentation of the program of studies. If you have any final questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you. Thank you so much, Principal Valancourt. Member Stein?
Yeah, I had a question about the grading. In the copy that I read, it seemed like it was traditional grading, but earlier tonight, I don't know if it was Lila or someone else had mentioned standards-based grading. So I don't know if I missed something in the curriculum where I'm not, which one do we use at the high school? And is it the regular one that's supposed to be in the curriculum plan? I'm just confused. If you could answer that, that would be great.
Sure. Megan, would you like to answer that?
Yep, we use standards-based grading at the high school. We've piloted it for the last few years, and the full implementation has been run out this year. I have a number of resources I'm happy to share with the committee that outlines that.
So the marking system and the grade point average that's on page 9 that you're seeing shows we are kind of in the middle of transitioning from, we have a standards-based grading protocol, and those standards then translate into
letter grades. And we're doing that right now because our full district, and we're waiting for JFK to kind of catch up to the standards-based grading model, which will happen soon. But we haven't fully plunged into getting rid of letter grades at this point because it's such a slow rollout, and really we're in the beginning phases. And I'm not quite sure that our community and our caregivers and our students are quite ready for that yet. So we do have a slow rollout. So we're using standards-based grading. Those proficiency-based grades are then translated into letter grades.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any further questions. So I want to again thank you, Principal Valancourt, and thank you everyone who came tonight to be with us and to present your departments and your work. Thank you so much for your incredible enthusiasm and your clear love for your work and your students, and also thank you for your expertise and your professionalism. And additionally, I enjoyed the playful competition that you all seem to have between your departments. So thank you so much for these presentations. I'm very grateful. Is there a motion? So I'm looking for, so this is on the agenda for a vote to approve the Northampton High School Program of Studies. So I'm looking for a motion.
It looks like Member Stein has his hand up.
No, I'm sorry, that was from before.
I would make a motion to table until the math conversation's had. Is there a second?
I guess I wonder if that timing, what's the question of timing?
Dr. Provost, did you want to speak to that?
I wanted to ask the high school administration and guidance department what the consequences of delaying the vote on the program of studies would be for students' ability to enroll in courses.
So I think it would depend on how much of a delay, but we were hoping that the program of studies for next year will be available soon for students. We're planning on having students register for courses in mid-March. And so they would need some time to be able to go through before then. And so it gets a little tricky trying to find dates that don't conflict with MCAS and other things that are planned. So I guess it depends how long the delay would be.
Principal Valancourt, did you have something to add to that? You're muted though.
There's no change in the current program of studies for the mathematics. This is a continuation for next year. So if this is a request to hold it based on any changes, that would not be a change in regards to embedded and non-embedded honors. That was already implemented last year. So that would stay the same from last year.
Member Levy?
Well, are we being asked to approve the changes to the program of study or the program of study? I might not be using the right words.
Go ahead, Dr. Provost.
You're being asked to approve the new program of studies, which would have the courses that students would be registering for next year.
So what if, I wonder if we could take Member Stein's proposal or motion and maybe amend it slightly so that to help the high school prepare all the things they need to prepare, and to say, could we approve all parts of the programs of studies except for the math piece and invite the math department to join us? Do we have time in our next meeting, or is the next meeting a budget meeting?
The next meeting is an interview of candidates. That's next Wednesday. The meeting after that is the budget meeting. I think the next time this could really come before the committee would be the regular March meeting, which would be March 10th.
Okay, so that would be too late.
Member, everyone keeps moving. Member Miller? Your hand is up.
Well, okay, I guess first of all, I just don't know this. Why is March 10th too late? That's just my question.
Go ahead.
As Karen Hildago just explained, students need to be making their course selections by mid-March, which is essentially the next week. And in order to do that, they need some time to discuss the program of study with caregivers and make their choices.
I still don't understand why. Just explain. I'm not challenging it. I'm just asking, why do they have to make their choices? Why do students have to make their choices in March?
Oh, I see. I misunderstood your question. Karen, can you speak to how you set that deadline, or any of the high school administration?
And we choose the dates. Again, there are things we have to schedule around in terms of MCAS and other things, but we work on building the schedule in April and loading the student schedules in May and resolving conflicts in June. So there's a lot of pieces that have to happen between now and the end of the school year.
And to add to that, we invite 8th grade parents up. I believe it's in 2 weeks. Our 8th grade caregivers are coming to the high school. We're reviewing the program of studies. We're talking about offerings. We're sending our program of studies out to schools, charter schools, private schools, so they can look and explore that. We are sharing the program of studies with all of the JFK 8th graders in presentations, and this gives them an option and a moment to really reflect on the classes that they want to participate in. And then our students who are applying to colleges and who are getting ready to implement their schedule for the next school year, they have to have those things in place and be able to make really good decisions about that based on their post-secondary planning.
Okay, I guess what I'm not getting is, if we're meeting March 10th and we're meeting and the math department comes and we talk about all this stuff, and then what if we vote right then on March 10th? That still messes it all up?
It does. We have paid Aspen to meet with Aspen on like March 17th to go over Aspen is our student information system. And so we are going to be working with them to build the schedule following the program of studies and student scheduling. So we really need kids to have their schedule ready so we can upload them and start building the schedule. And for the 900 students, it takes takes from March all the way until August to get their schedules finalized.
Okay, moving on, Member Miller. The hands keep going up and down. Member Robbins.
So where are we now? Is there a motion on the table or not? Or we just have a discussion? Okay.
I'm not sure there was a second. So that also is making me uncomfortable that there is not a motion on the floor. So I
have a piece of suggestion that maybe could help us get a motion on the floor, because I heard this other piece. I agree that I'd love to have a deeper talk with the math department, because I think there are there's a lot of concern, and I'm not sure really where it all comes from. And I'd love to have the history of what that's about. Like to learn more about it. I do understand that the program of studies is something that the professionals at our high school need to have in order to go forward and work with students and work with caregivers. I would love to have this process come earlier in the year, so there's not the crunch before it comes in front of the school committee, before it's rushed and has to be out elsewhere. Because I think
I think we can have really wonderful, good conversations about making this something that we're all on board with, that really expresses what teachers want it to be, what students need it to look like. And I have one really big final comment, which is I would love to see it be more visually appealing and more useful for students and caretakers to be able to follow it and understand it. I had an opportunity to look at a lot of program of studies in my own professional life, and I think ours could be a lot better in that aspect. And if we're sending it out and using it as PR with charter school students or homeschooling students or other folks, I would think we'd want that to be just as shiny and accessible as we can possibly make it. And I'm excited about thinking that our technology department might be able to be part of working on that, along with student writers and teacher input. So if there needs to be a motion made, I don't know if this is the time to do that because there are other hands up. Should we continue with the discussion?
No, we should have a motion on the floor.
Okay, so I am happy to make a motion that says that we approve the program of studies with a caveat that we will meet with the math department and we will have time to have deeper discussions about the program of studies in a timely manner before it is issued next year. Is that too long? I know you like them short.
I do like them short.
Second.
Oh, well, I was waiting for the mayor.
Can I ask a clarifying question about the motion?
Please.
You said in time for it to be published next year. Are you talking about next year's?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
this is
not the current one.
It's
that
2023, it would be for 2024, that we actually relook at the schedule of when the program of studies is presented to us, or we work from the one that from the last year and come forward with it, because this time span is just so tight.
Okay, understood.
Thank you.
Okay, so the motion's been made and seconded, and does everyone feel like they have a handle on the motion? Okay, I'm getting some like tepid yeses. Okay, Member Stein, then Member Agna, then Member Goldman.
The first thing I just wanted to say was it's a friendly amendment to Member Robbins, which is to specify that conversations to take place in the curriculum committee. I don't think that we need to have it take place in the full school committee. I think it's probably a better place to take place in the curriculum committee. So that would be like, I don't know if that's what you were thinking, but I just wanted to clarify that because I know a lot of the conversation has been about dates of coming up school committee meetings in which to have the conversation. But I actually don't think we need to have it there. I think we have the venue in the curriculum committee to have it. So that's sort of a friendly amendment. The comment, and I would add, is that the reason I think it's important is because this change was made during a pandemic year, maybe not under the best circumstances, with a lot of with a lack of transparency from my perspective. And that's why I think it's valuable for us to have this conversation. It's less about changing whatever the recommendation is and more about really understanding what is happening and giving an opportunity for the constituents of the high school and of the greater MPS community, the ability to understand what's at stake with the change, why it was made, and what wonderful things it's going to produce. So that's sort of what I'm suggesting. It's less about changing it. I don't really see the conversation as changing. I'm really interested in changing the curriculum plan. But that's sort of the value that I see. So I don't know, I've suggested as a friendly amendment that we just specify it happens in the curriculum committee and maybe at the next curriculum committee meeting or within the next two, something that defines the time frame for that conversation. Thanks.
Member Robbins, do you accept that friendly amendment to your motion? Oh, you just muted yourself. You were unmuted.
Bad at this. I've got trigger finger. I'm not sure because I worried about the curriculum committee being a little overwhelmed with the fact that we only have a few meetings a year in this. And I'm not sure, since we've just begun to grow our own sort of collegial and collaborative strengths together, that that's something we're ready to address. And I can't really speak for the committee on that because we're not all here.
Okay, Member Agna.
Having been in the system for so long on the other side, I wanted to pull out a couple of threads that were expressed by the department chairs. And again, I thank you for putting this time in, and it's been so interesting to have the presentations. One, I think Jeremy said about moving, or his department has facilitator as teacher, and that a number of students is not necessarily an obstacle to differentiating because of how you can organize your classroom. So you can organize it through mentoring and partners and small groups and all of that. So I think it's really important that we pull that thread out, that thread of how you differentiate even large numbers, and that it's possible to do it that way. And also I wanted to pull the thread from Rachel Stavely Hale and her honest response about differentiation and how challenging it is. Having been the quote instructional leader of a school for a long time, I really know how difficult it is as teachers to do that. No matter what the training we've had or what the expectations you have or what your teacher training has been, differentiation is a big one. And I look at my colleague, Member Gazy, we talked about it a lot about in math, especially at the elementary level, and how you differentiate that. So I don't want to add to the plate either of you, Karen Albano, or the curriculum committee. But I think it's really worth what Rachel said, is to revisit differentiation in some way or another in our district, because it is the expectation in public schools now that we aren't tracking and we're not having honors. And I believe wholeheartedly in that approach to education, but I also believe wholeheartedly in supporting our teachers and how to accomplish that major task in a public school setting. So I will support this motion because I think we need to go forward with this now, and we also need to look at it again for next year. But I'm a little reluctant to even single out just the math department, and I don't want to single out anybody. I want us as a district to be able to figure out how we can continue to refine our skills and differentiating, because that's the task in front of us in every single subject and area in education. So I just really, again, thank all the department chairs for your presentations tonight. It was very illuminating, very inspiring. And also I want you to tell your teachers that I really support you. And I'm sorry that it's felt like this committee hasn't supported you. Thank you.
Member Goldman.
Thank you. I just want to be clear, because of the comment you made, that we are voting, the motion on the table is to approve the high school program of studies as presented for this coming fall academic year. And there will be a conversation, thank you, Member Agna, about curriculum for sure, that will come to the committee. And unless I am mistaken, I would like to call the question.
I can read the motion for you if you want.
That would be great.
Motion to approve the program of studies with caveat that we meet with the math department in a timely manner before it is issued next year, 2024.
Member Goldman, you're the last hand up, and we have to vote on calling the question.
So great. If no one is going to talk next, then I retract calling the question.
Great.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay. So everyone heard the motion, yes? Okay. So roll call. Annie?
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller. I think you're muted, Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Sciarra.
Yes.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
And Member Serafi Cox.
Yes.
Annie, I'd like to vote as well. I vote yes.
I'm sorry I have to find you.
That's fine. I'm right between Member Miller and Member Agna.
Oh, there you are. Sorry, Member Goldman. Member Goldman, you voted yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you again, everyone who came here to present to us your departments. I we greatly appreciate it. Okay, next we are at, this is item D, which is a vote on ratification of nurses bonus MOA. And Member Serafi Cox?
Yes, thank you. So it is the committee's practice to ratify memorandums of agreement with with NACE, our school employees union, in public after they are ratified during executive session. So I would make a motion to ratify the nurses, sorry, was it bonus or stipend? I got the wrong page here. Here we go. I'm sorry. The nurses bonus MOA.
Second.
So the motion was made by Member Serafi Cox. Who was the second? I heard two.
One was me, Holly.
Okay, I'm gonna go with that one. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Sciarra.
Yes.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Serafi Cox.
Yes.
And Member Stein.
Enthusiastically, yes.
Okay, that passes. And next we're at, this is also a vote. This is on ratification of scientific reading MOA. Member Serafi Cox?
Yes. Yes, thank you. And I should have mentioned on the previous item, a big thank you, an extra big thank you to all of the school nurses. Amazing work that they do for our district. So next is ratification of the scientific reading MOA. This was referred to actually a little bit in the Suzanne presentation that Nick Bernier had presented about. And I'll just make a motion in honor of my daughter, who was super excited to see that there was more training on dyslexia as a person who has dyslexia herself. So I will make a motion to ratify the scientific reading memorandum of agreement.
Second.
Motion, I think, was made by Member Robbins. I mean, so the motion made by Member Serafi Cox, seconded by Member Robbins, I believe. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please, Annie.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Sciarra.
Yes.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Serafi Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
And Member Levy.
Yes.
Okay, that also passes. And we are at a vote on the school calendar. Dr. Provost?
Thank you. Directing you to the school calendar in your packet. The proposed first day for staff would be August 29th. The first day of school would be September 1st. The last day of school would be June 21st, with the 5 days that we're mandated to schedule for potential inclement weather makeup. That would bring our last potential day with 5 snow days to June 28th. This calendar has been looked at by NACE. They feel that it is compliant with all the provisions of the collective bargaining agreement. And so I would ask this for the school committee support.
Let's put a motion on the floor, please, and then we'll go to any discussion. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Looking for a second.
Second.
Motion made by Member Levy, seconded by Member Goldman. Member Levy.
I have received some communications from folks in my district who are really concerned about how late in the summer the school year goes, especially with the 5 snow days. And so I'm wondering if it would be agreeable to NACE, if you think, Superintendent, to actually push this earlier a week.
So may I respond to that?
Please.
I think that's something that we probably should discuss in executive session. It would require a change to the collective bargaining unit.
Got it.
Collective bargaining agreement, rather.
Okay. I actually proposed that then we table this until we can discuss this in executive session. Since I made the motion, can I make a friendly amendment to my motion? I accept it.
And withdraw your motion.
Yeah, you can withdraw your motion. Or we could let Member Goldman speak and then
sure.
Okay, Member Goldman.
Thank you. Superintendent Provost, could you briefly speak about the placement of the conference days and why that was moved to January and why it remains in January on this proposed calendar?
Sure. So that's something that also I think we should discuss in executive session.
Okay, is there any other discussion on the motion on the floor? Member Star-F Cox.
Oh, I thought that Member Levy had withdrawn her motion, so I was going to make a motion.
I don't think it's yet been withdrawn.
Okay.
I withdraw my motion and I'm happy to hear your motion.
Then I would make a motion to table this discussion until after our executive session.
Second.
So just to be clear, so at the next regular meeting?
I mean,
the next regular meeting?
Yeah, I mean, realistically looking at the calendar, you're right that we probably wouldn't come back from executive session to discuss it. So yes, the next regular meeting.
So not the meeting on Wednesday coming up, right? I see.
I see Superintendent Provost saying no way.
It would be on the agenda for the next regular meeting. Dr. Provost, will that work? Is that okay?
I think the schools can adjust. I just will say, for the sake of the committee, our office has been receiving calls from parents for a few weeks already, wanting to know when the first and last day of school is for next year so they can plan vacations. So there is a public interest in getting this figured out as quickly as possible.
So then actually, I would like to withdraw the motion that I just made and instead make a motion to determine what the first and last day of the year is, which actually technically is the only thing that the school committee has to do, is determine the first and last day, and then the rest of the calendar table to our next regular meeting. So I would make a motion that the first day of school for the school year 2022-2023 would be September 1st, and the last day would be June 21st, 2023.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion's made and seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Member Levy, I see your hand is up. Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I want to make sure we're making the best decision for our district, not making a decision because we're being rushed to. So I still think we should discuss this in executive session. And I also think, similar to what Member Robbins said earlier about the curriculum of study, we need to have this conversation much earlier next year. Like, I would love to have this conversation in November, December, for the following school year next time around. I think this is too late. And I agree, it would be really nice to know the first day of school, but I don't want to know that without actually having the proper conversation that I think we need to have.
Can I ask a question? Is this one this is always done, or is this happening now partly because it's a new school committee?
It's typically done this time of year. And my comment about, I think we can adjust, and that there's also public interest is based on, this was moving it up from when it was done prior. Prior, it was done a little bit later in the spring. So we definitely have the history that if we knew in March, let's say, we would be able to get everything set for the beginning of school. The reason we moved it is because families were telling us March was too late.
Okay. Where are
So
we?
I made a motion. I don't know if there was a second.
There was, right?
I did second it.
That's what I thought.
Yes. Right.
Okay. Do you want to reiterate your motion?
That the first day of school would be September 1st. The last day of school would be June 21st, 2023. And that we table discussion of the rest of the calendar until after executive session. Until our next regularly scheduled school committee meeting.
Okay. Any further discussion on that motion?
Is it to table the discussion or to table the approval of the rest of the calendar?
Table the approval of the rest of the calendar. Thank you.
Dr. Provost?
I'm just a little bit confused on what would be tabled, because as Member Seraphy Cox correctly pointed out, the thing we need to approve is the first and last day. The rest of the stuff is details that often gets changed anyways because of, scheduling things. So I guess maybe what my question would be is the tabling an intention that there might be a change to the start and end date? Because that would just change our messaging to parents who are calling. We could say, right now it's these dates, but there's a possibility it could change. Is that what the motion means?
My motion was more in relation to the dates for conferences.
Got it.
Okay. So if there's no further discussion on the motion on the floor with those dates, start and end dates, roll call, please, Annie.
Member Goldman.
No.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Sciarra.
Yes.
Member Robbins.
Yep.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
No.
Member Levy.
No.
And Member Miller.
Yes.
Okay, That passes, I believe. Okay, and we are moving to just the announcement of future meetings and future business and meeting dates. So Student Advisory Committee, Thursday, February 10th at 6 p.m. We had that. Okay, so the first two we are living in or have lived through. Moving down to Budget and Property Subcommittee, Thursday, February 16th at 4 p.m. Our regular school committee meeting, Thursday, February 16th at 6:30 p.m. School committee budget meeting, Monday, February 28th at 6:30 p.m. Negotiating subcommittee, Tuesday, March 1st at 5 p.m. And we now are going to move to executive session.
Can I just note, I believe Thursday is February 17th. In case that matters for folks.
No, it's not. It's the 16th. It's my birthday. I know.
I think you're both partially right. The Thursday is the 17th, but the meeting is scheduled for the 16th.
Yes, Wednesday, the 16th.
Right.
That's what I meant. The meeting's on my birthday.
Okay, so Budget and Property Subcommittee is Wednesday, February 16th?
It is. My apologies. Yep.
At 4 p.m. Member Miller?
I'm just clarifying the time.
For which?
For the 16th.
There was a budget and property on Wednesday, the 16th. My apologies. It says Thursday on the agenda at 4. And then after that at 6:30, there's a school committee meeting to interview the candidates for the Director of Special Education. You will be receiving
Right,
that.
so that's also a Wednesday. And so I incorrectly said that was a regular school committee meeting. That is actually a special school committee meeting.
It is.
On a Wednesday. Okay. Okay. So executive session. Can someone say the words?
I would like to make a motion to enter executive session under Massachusetts General Law Open Meeting, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares.
And this needs a second, yes?
Second.
And we need a roll call, and I am going to just make sure that everyone knows that we will be adjourning from executive session, so we will not be coming back into an open public meeting. So once we go into executive session, we won't be coming back tonight. Roll call, any discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Seattle?
Yes.
Member Robbins?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
I should have said and Member Miller. Everyone. Vote is 10 in favor.
I'd be happy to vote as well. I vote yes.
I'm so sorry. I don't know how that keeps happening.
I don't mind.
Jeez. Getting late.
Makes me feel like I'm not the only one.
The only one I keep forgetting. But not in my heart, Kaya.
Okay, so I still see some members, some people